This dweeb Alex Kurtzman comes along and just shits all over everything, just like craps all over it. And I basically found out he didn't want anybody who had any kind of fondness for the original show. He wanted to do something new and to create something new. And boy, has he shit the bed. Starfleet Academy is an abomination.
Ergorotic.com.
Greetings, you over 1 million Hellions and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. Let's start this video with something from the comment section. A little story from one of your fellow viewers, Eddie Dinkelmeyer, that I thought you should all hear. A few years ago, I broke 15 bones in a catastrophic car accident. I had to endure 14 surgeries, countless setbacks, a loss of my career, subsequent depression, and other trauma, along with being bedbound for a year and a half. Somehow, this show is more painful than all of that. Eddie, I'm right there with you because this show makes me miss prison, yet it remains the unintentional comedy of the year. And I have to marvel at the fact that things just keep getting worse. Someone not only made something worse than The Acolyte, they made something worse than The Witcher Season 3 or 4, Willow, She-Hulk, Ironheart, The Rings of Power Season 1 and 2, the last 5 seasons of Doctor Who, and it is the worst of all of Kurtzman Trek. But there is something that has genuinely surprised me. While I thought Starfleet Academy would get a little attention at first and then go away like a fart in the wind, it has, as I've said before, hit the cultural zeitgeist in all the wrong ways, and people are still talking about it, including the co-writer of Pulp Fiction, Roger Avery, roasting Alex Kurtzman on Joe Rogan.
That fucking Alex Kurtzman, man, his company's called Secret Hideout, I think. He's gonna need a secret hideout after destroying Star Trek for like this latest generation. I could not get through 3 episodes of Discovery. They're just like, it is just awful storytelling, and they're more interested in the corporate propaganda than they are with any kind of personal propaganda. Starfleet Academy is an abomination.
He ain't lying.
It is indeed an abomination, Roger, and a crime against imagination. And the biggest crime of all, someone has actually been paying Alex Kurtzman to do this for almost 10 years.
I actually don't feel entirely qualified to be the one to do it.
Yet people still wonder why Hollywood is in the state it's in. You might ask, how low can this show go? I have no idea. I keep waiting for it to hit the bottom and level out, and that hasn't happened yet. So without further ado, let's get into it. Previously on
Retards in Space.
It's time to figure out what happened to Benjamin Sisko.
No! God, please, no! No!
Next.
Origami chicken. Yeah!
That's an insult. It's an insult. Why would he do that?
I don't know. You seem ready. Good. Capable bearing.
Thank you. Your bearing is also impressive.
The attitude is totally wrong. It's not working, man. It's just not working.
You're an idiot.
For God's sake!
This reaches a level of sadism not even I have.
The episode opens up with a warning to viewers. No, not the one you would expect, like stop watching immediately and go watch some real Star Trek. It says some scenes have a strobing effect that may affect photosensitive viewers. When in truth, when you find yourself in the midst of a stroke, it's just your mind going into self-preservation mode. After that, there's a sex scene, and to my utter surprise, it's heterosexual, which I am sure Kurtzman and his team will get criticized for from the 5s and 10s of people who are watching this, outside of the content creators, of course. Anyway, this heteronormative scene is between Caleb and Brett Cooper. Oh man, I can't keep calling her Brett Cooper now, out of respect for Brett. So now I gotta look up this character's name because after 5 episodes, I have no idea what it is. And I don't think I'm alone on that one, but to be fair, that's another hallmark of Kurtzman Trek, over familiarity with characters we know nothing about. And after going to IMDb, apparently her name is Terima Saddle. And after Caleb saddles that filly, they have a little pillow tuck, and Terima cucks Caleb immediately by talking about past love affairs.
He was part Delton, and I didn't know that for Deltons there's this whole thing with bowls of cleansing milk. we were supposed to douse your body with.
Because right after doing the horizontal mambo, every dude loves to hear what the girl's body count is. And on the other side of this, I'm sure every girl loves to hear about a dude's past conquests after taking the skin boat to Tuna Town. Now, the scene that goes on forever is set to a pop song called UFO by Olivia Dean that I've never heard and hope to never hear again. Tarima, formerly known as Brett Cooper, has an implant on her neck that turns red when she's aroused, which admittedly could be helpful to some of the younger guys out there, but the only problem is on the other side of that, it turns blue when she isn't, and that could be distracting. So while Caleb is taking old One Eye to the optometrist, Tarima or Terima or wherever the hell her name is, uses her betazoid power to take him to a safe space.
What is this place?
The safest place I know. I wanted you to feel safe.
Where she finds his old teddy bear, which opens the door to his past trauma and losing his mom, and yes, that's exactly what happens. Caleb feels violated. He clutches his pearls, they have a fight, and we're on to the rest of the episode. The cadets of Starfleet Academy are sent on their first mission on the USS Athena, where they end up at a ship graveyard that includes the very intact but derelict USS Miyazaki that was supposed to run on an experimental singularity drive.
We will be using that ship, the USS Miyazaki. It carried an experimental warp alternative called the Singularity Drive. But when the crew first activated it, the ship was destroyed by a cascading series of mechanical failures.
I have some questions, starting with why would Starfleet leave an intact ship floating in space with an experimental singularity drive for over 100 years? I mean, aside from the fact that you wouldn't want it salvaged and stripped for parts by your enemies or pirates, and at the very least, why hasn't there been...
Yeah, you might want to like go in there and take it apart to see what went wrong. You know? It's like, I didn't work. Forget about it. Alex Kurtzman needs to get fired, like, immediately. Hire some actual people who give a fuck, please.
A team of scientists to try to get that experimental singularity drive running. Considering the calamity known as the burn, if you want to know what it is, see previous videos, has happened before, so it means it very well could happen again. But there I go, giving this more thought than the writers do, and I don't know why I bothered. Oh, and as far as acknowledging the singularity drive that the Romulans had for centuries, we'll get to that. Long story short, this ship that was destroyed that remains suspiciously intact with an experimental singularity drive.
That's right, I didn't even think of that. The Romulans have singularity drives. There's whole episodes about it. They use a small singularity as the core for their warp core.
That could be very dangerous if they turned it on is just used to train retards. The cadets are split into two teams, one staying back on the USS Vagina and the other one is going down to the Miyazaki, and the goal is to restart the life support systems and the computer in under 60 minutes. Where over the last 5 years, previous cadets have only been able to accomplish 65% of this mission. Apparently, the adventures of the eventually doomed crew of the Miyazaki were immortalized in a comic book.
The comic book. Adventure stories of Miyazaki and her crew. Federation propaganda. Feel good colonizing bullshit. Brainwash poor kids into fighting a good fight for Big Brother Starfleet.
Pretty interesting coming from a show that's propaganda.
Black Lives Matter, the NAACP. The goal is not really to promote Star Trek, but to promote these organizations and to use our platform to be able to bring greater awareness to these very, very important messages and places.
I guess it's nice in this sci-fi fantasy story that the American-style comic book is still around in 1,000 years, when in our reality it won't be around in 10. Now, the away team is led by the rarest of rarest things in Kurtzman Trek, a straight white male. So you got to think, he's not long for this world. And I'm going to tell you now, that's a safe bet, because after our Gary Stu restarts the life support on the Miyazaki pretty easily,
barely an inconvenience,
they get abducted by hybrid, half-alien, half-human, cannibalistic furries. Oh, furries. No. Furies. While the Furies were originally introduced in Star Trek in a non-canonical novel from 1996. The originals are nothing like the ones we see in Starfleet Academy, which are a direct ripoff of the Reavers from Firefly and Serenity. Now, if Holly Hunter and the crew of the Athena don't come up with 30 Latinum bars in 5 hours, they're gonna eat Caleb and the rest of the crew, but I guess Sam the hologram doesn't have anything to worry about, which is disappointing because I, for one, am rooting for the furries. Now, all other Federation starships have to to maintain a 1 light-year distance as part of the furries' demands, and I want you to keep that one in mind. So the Federation finds themselves in a bit of a pickle. Now, the genius Admiral Vance suggests that they find Paul Giamatti's Noose Braca, who was last seen floating in the depths of space in an escape pod in episode 1. Holly Hunter isn't initially down with the idea, but after an escape and fight scene that looks like it was choreographed by Stevie Wonder, predictably, the straight white male ends up getting eaten, then eventually dying, and then eventually thrown out the airlock. Oh, and if you're new to Kurtzman Trek, this is pretty much old hat. The new red shirt is the straight white male. When the Athena's crew notices the body, Miss I Swallow My Comm badge has a panic attack and is kicked off the bridge. She should be kicked out of Starfleet, and hell, I'm betting they wish they put her on the away team because she would have fed the furries for a week. But now Holly Hunter is forced to find the half Klingon, half Tellarite, so he's a Klingorite, Paul Giamatti, who again was last seen floating in the depths of space. And even if he survived, he's probably laying low because he's a wanted man after trying to steal the warp drive of a Starfleet vessel and for being responsible for the death of multiple Starfleet officers. So again, I'm guessing this guy's laying low and he'll be difficult to find. And oh, apparently Starfleet knows where he is and found him pretty easily. And in his return, we get yet another hallmark of Kurtzman Trek, taking great award-winning actors and making them look and sound like morons.
My space bull, my solar flame, my interstellar festy. And the hills are alive with the sound of murder, and I'm blank spank and ready to be a diplomat.
Now, how would a half Tellarite, half Klingon 1,000 years in the future know modern vernacular from the 21st century, or use an Ebonics term spoken in a slight black accent while referring to a film that came out in the 20th century? No idea. But he's back and he holds all the cards because he's the only one that's been able to stop the furries. Meanwhile, on the Miyazaki, after the straight white male was eaten by the furries, the kids were able to escape to the bridge and lock themselves in, where they managed to make time to have a little gay scene.
Why haven't they transported us out yet?
Now, if you couldn't understand what Sam said right there, and why would you, she was asking why they couldn't be transported out. And that's because there is a dampening field. And the comms have been jammed, so at least they explain that. And it's at this point the hacks from Kurtzman Trek decide to repurpose the most famous and poignant line of dialogue in all of Star Trek. And let's be real, the only one they know.
He sacrificed himself without even thinking. A famous officer once said, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Or the one.
Keep Spock's dialogue out your fucking mouth!
From here on out, for the sake of your valuable time and sanity, and quite frankly, my sanity too, we're gonna power through this. There are two long conversations between award-winning actors Holly Hunter and Paul Giamatti with the most eloquent of dialogue, where Noose Braca acts as an unintentional surrogate for the audience.
I don't care about dead cadets. Your job is to figure out what I do care about.
We also learn that furries don't like being furries.
Here's what you need to get about the Furies. They hate being Furies. And they're in ball-clenching, sphincter puckering pain all the time. And the only relief they get is to just spooge it all over other people.
And they eat buttholes.
I've seen them pick a carcass clean, asshole and all, and I'm talking about a Klingon carcass.
Well, that's not if Jaden doesn't get to him first. Anywho, I do appreciate that Paul Giamatti got Holly Hunter to sit down in a chair properly. And through some Noose Braca exposition, we learned that Holly Hunter, being half Lanthanite, which is essentially an immortal species, experiences time different than humans and allowed her son to die when she could have saved him to save her crew instead. Where she is reliving this event with her Gary Stu surrogate son, Caleb Meir, being trapped on a ship with a bunch of cannibals, who again, I'm rooting like hell for. Now, the question you're probably asking is, why is the Chancellor of Starfleet Academy and the captain of the USS Athena left alone in a room with a known terrorist and criminal without any security, and then just walks away, leaving Noose Braca in her quarters unsupervised?
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next products.
But this is where things get really convoluted and stupid as opposed to just stupid. On the USS Athena, girl boss Genesis is able to triangulate the position of the cloaked vessel that's jamming the comms and the ability to transport the away team, despite the fact that there's a bunch of fully trained Starfleet officers who couldn't figure it out. On the bridge of the Mitsubishi, Johnny Spockspill, Gay Den, his gay boyfriend, the body positivity neurodivergent Sam, and Caleb Meir, our Gary Stu, are trapped on the bridge and about to get eaten by a bunch of cannibals, except for Sam because she's a hologram. And the Kawasaki ship's computer doesn't recognize them because it still thinks it needs to save the old crew that it doesn't know is dead. And what's the solution? They have the computer read a comic book, where the crew for some reason is in 23rd century Starfleet uniforms, despite the fact that they died just 100 years ago in the timeline. And considering it looks like the computer is reading a modern American comic book, once it gets past all the gay subplots, it figures out the crew is actually dead and gay. And it recognizes the Starfleet retardettes as the new crew. It puts up a force field around the bridge, and it buys the Starfleet Leering Academy cadets a little time to fire up the singularity drive that killed the O crew, but we know it's gonna work because Gary Stu is there, which will disrupt the transporter dampening field, making it possible for them to beam out. But this is not done without the help of Brett Cooper, and yes, I'm back to calling her Brett Cooper, who's not just a betazoid, she's a super betazoid, basically Professor X, whose power inhibitor, which is suspiciously like the one they have in Captain Marvel, regulates her betazoid brainwaves because she is too powerful. As a matter of fact, we find out she is the one that made her father deaf, because when she gets upset or angry, she can hurt people. So after establishing it's really risky, they're still going to use Brett Cooper to get into Caleb's head to turn on the singularity drive. Jesus wept, I want to get this over with. So this is how the end of the episode goes down. Holly Hunter basically gives Noose Bracca what he wants, which is essentially control of a sector in between two wormholes. Make of that what you will. And it turns out the furries are half bat alien, and Noose Bracca defeated them before with the sonic weapon. So Starfleet, in their infinite wisdom, is going to use said sonic weapon in space. Never mind the fact that a sound weapon needs an atmosphere to travel through, but remember, this is the same Kurtzman Trek that brought you sonar in space.
The sound is even broadcast into space by a towering crystal structure.
The only problem is they need to find a sonic weapon to use in space, and they just so happen to have a super secret starbase nearby with a super secret ship where they can quickly modify the weaponry to use the sonic weapon in space.
Starbase 219 Alpha. It's an experimental platform for new weapon systems not far from here. They have an Intrepid-class ship, the Sargasso, that should be able to make the necessary modifications en route to emit a sonic disruption.
How convenient.
So all they need to do is find the super secret base and the super secret ship, modify the super secret weapon on the super secret ship, send Brad Cooper into Caleb Mears' head so he can fire up the singularity weapon to lower the dampening field so they can beam them out of the Miyazaki, while Genesis triangulates the position of the cloaked ship so the super secret Intrepid-class ship can use the super secret sonic weapon to kill the furries. And this all has to be done in a matter of minutes. But it turns out it was all an elaborate trap by Paul Giamatti. When they decode a message that says they took the bait, bon appetit. Now, how would an alien civilization in 1,000 years know a French phrase? Don't know. But what do you know? The kids are able to fire up the singularity drive, but then the furries break in, kill Johnny Spocksville, and despite the fact she is permeable, the body positivity neurodivergent hologram Sam gets damaged by phaser fire. And while all this is going down and the kids are about to get eaten by a bunch of furries, Brett Cooper gets into Caleb's head and wants to talk about her feelings.
Why are you bleeding?
There's a field of flowers where I grew up. I used to hide there when I was afraid.
Of what?
Me.
Once she's done talking about her feelings, she pulls out her inhibitor and kills the furries with the feminist empowerment scream. The kids manage to escape, but so does Paul Giamatti and his pirates, who were working with the furries but left them to die. And this was all a giant distraction so Paul Giamatti and his pirates could raid the super secret starbase and rob it of all its super secret weaponry. Because somehow, despite being last seen floating in the middle of space in an elevator, this is how the plan went down. Somehow Noose Bracca got home. Somehow Noose Bracca got the information that there was going to be a training exercise at the Miyazaki. Somehow Noose Bracca was able to hire the uncontrollable furries. Somehow Noose Bracca knew all along that Admiral Vance would go to him to help Starfleet with the furries. Somehow Noose Bracca knew there was a super secret starbase with super secret weaponry nearby the training exercise. Somehow Noose Bracca knew there was a super secret base that had an Intrepid-class super secret ship that had the weapon that needed to be specifically modified to use the sonic weapon in space. Somehow Noose Bracca knew that Brett Cooper would be able to kill the Furies with her feminist empowerment scream. And somehow Noose Bracca knew that the Federation would be too stupid to call in the 5 ships that were just a light year away, ready to come in. And somehow Alex Kurtzman is still getting paid. And the episode ends with Noose Bracca sending a message to Holly Hunter explaining he has done all this because he hates her. And we're right there with you, brother. Now, we still don't know why specifically he hates her. I wouldn't put it past Kurtzman Trek to do something stupid like making Noose Bracca Holly Hunter's son. So ends another episode of Starfleet Leering Academy, filled with the on-brand abject stupidity, whiplash-inducing contrivances. And the modern vernacular was off the charts with this one. And as far as that one and only singularity drive is concerned,
One and only. Singularity drive.
The Romulans had that the whole time, so by all accounts, during the burn, when Starfleet wasn't traveling at warp speed, despite losing the Romulan homeworlds with their superior technology, they should have conquered the galaxy. But there I go again, putting more thought into Kurtzman Trek than the people who are actually paid to make the show. Oh, and as far as the completely unbiased websites like TrekMovie.com stating that this thing was actually a hit, it turns out it wasn't. The Nielsen streaming charts came out today during the period of its 2-episode premiere, and Starfleet Academy isn't anywhere to be found.
Oh my God, that is some cosmic poetry right there.
I know, shocking news, but there have been a lot of unintentional laughs on the way, and there's more to come. So I'd like to end this video with a clip from the latest episode where Paul Giamatti accurately describes how the average viewer feels after watching an episode of Starfleet Academy.
Yeah, they're in full clenching, sphincter puckering pain all the time.
Dirterotic.com.
If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard, I thank you for listening.
God, it's such a disgusting...
Hey there. Karens, we've all seen them. Whether they're yelling at black children to get out of the park, or screaming at ICE agents,
I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Okay.
or requesting the manager at a restaurant because their food wasn't cooked the way they wanted it after they cleared the entire plate.
If I leave the premises, then I go to jail. No, you're gonna pay your bill and you're going to leave.
How long before that guy
The
respawns?
internet
Fuck.
can't get enough of Karens. But you want to know who's been dealing with Karens the longest? Yeah, bitter ex-husbands have, but besides them, the police. The police have been dealing with Karens far longer than just about anybody else. Which brings us to today's video of this handsome, mustachioed sheriff's deputy just doing a report. When a Karen decides to come up and try and ruin his day and belittle him and act like he's an aggressor by just sitting there typing up a report. With millions of Karen videos out there in the world, why am I sharing this one with you? Well, because I think it shows a very good depiction of how Karens act to police officers. There's a lot of boxes that get checked.
What's
in
the respawn
ultimate
timer on this game?
Karening that officers receive just from this one video with this one said Karen. There's like 6 or 7, 8 Karen-esque moves that she tries to use to intimidate or belittle this fantastic, handsome, mustachioed officer. And it'll show you exactly what police officers have to deal with when interacting with somebody from the public who some might call mentally retarded. So join me as we break down this Karen video. But before we break down this Karen, this condescending, virtue-signaling Karen, only imagine that has blue hair and a septum piercing. A word from this video sponsor. It may be a brand new year with a fresh start, but there's still the same old threat. Debt. And it's a sneaky threat, silently multiplying, compounding interest, stacking up the fees, and before long it's choking the life out of your finances. But it doesn't have to be that way with PDS Debt. PDS Debt has already helped hundreds of thousands escape debt, reduce what they owe, and take back control. Whether you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, or medical debt, PDS Debt has custom options to help you out. And they go beyond the numbers to understand your unique financial situation and craft a personal plan designed just for you. There's no minimum credit score required. They're just there to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, in your pocket. I wish I knew about PDS Debt when I was younger trying to pay off credit card bills and a mortgage. But don't wait for debt to strike again. Break free in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment and best option for you at pdsdebt.com/angry. That's pdsdebt.com/angry. pdsdebt.com/angry. Let's start it off.
What are you doing?
Oh wait, we see her face. Oh, it's in the glass. Oh God. Oh, she's got short hair and she's got like a frumpy chin. Look at her. No, that's the face of a Karen right there. Just I'm already irritated. What are you doing? Sorry, I'm already irritated.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Why are you here? Normal questions that people might ask an officer, oh, what's going on over here? But you could already tell by the tone of said Karen, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
Why are you here?
What are you doing here? Why are you here? Ma'am, I'm in a cop car. I'm policing. I'm doing the thing that you pay me for.
I was just doing a collision report, ma'am.
Okay.
Are you guys going to be here much longer?
He gives you your answer. I'm writing a collision report. No big deal. Whatever. Are you guys going to be here much longer? What business is it of yours? Huh? What business is it of yours, lady? What if I said there's a dead body? Oh, how fast are you going to hurry this up? What do you got? You need a ride somewhere? You need me to pick you up and take you somewhere? I'm here until the job gets done. And I'll be damned if I know when that is sometimes. Especially when I get dummies coming up to my window berating me about stupid bullshit. I'm guessing divorced. I'm already guessing she's divorced.
Till I'm done doing my job.
Because one of the teachers, when I dropped off over there, said y'all been circling since about 8.
Boom! Right away. This officer knows. Ah, great. This is somebody that doesn't want me here. It's not these questions of what are you doing here, how long you gonna be here. They don't matter because she doesn't want me here, period. These questions are dumb. She just asks them to hurry up and get to the point of, you don't belong here, you need to get out of here now. And you're gonna see this with Karens. They don't say, I don't want you here, though some of them might. Good on them. No, they'll use somebody else that's not in the conversation. The teacher over there that I talked to said, you've been circling around here since 8 a.m. And what if I was? It's a school. 8 a.m. is like drop-off time. Probably want to be around there so then no kids get run over by cars. Make sure that everybody's going the speed limit. Making sure that Jimmy and Johnny don't get run over by some Chevy Tahoe some dumb Karen's driving, but she's too distracted by texting on her phone anti-ICE tweets.
Okay, well, I'm just doing my job, so the quicker I do
Your
my
job at the elementary school since about 8 a.m.?
Yes, my job at the elementary school since 8 a.m. My job in your county, town, village, wherever. Yes, I circle the entire area of my operations, which is the town or village that we live in, lady. And an important part of that town is where the kids are, to make sure they're safe. So yeah, I will do laps around this school to make sure the kids are safe. Is that upsetting to you? Do you not want me protecting the children? Isn't that what you want? You don't want me out there assisting ICE in deporting people. You want me here helping the children, right? Karen?
I wasn't here at
There was a
8 a.m.
collision here at the elementary school?
You have a good day.
I love this too. So there was a collision here. It's none of your business. I don't have to answer your question. You're not involved in the accident. I don't have to answer your question. If you have a question for me outside of this incident, I'll gladly assist you, ma'am. Do you have another question for me, or do you just want to berate me with some nonsense? Okay.
I'm gonna continue to do my job.
You work for us, and you're scaring these families.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. There it is. You work for us. Yeah, no That's why I'm out here parked in front of his school, trying to make sure the kids are safe. That's why I responded to a vehicle collision, so I could write down the collision, ticket whoever it was driving unsafely, or just pass it on so that information can go to insurance peoples. And how am I scaring the children? This is when I ask questions with them. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit of a gabber. Oh, we're scaring the children? How? How am I specifically scaring the children? By existing? Are there other people in the population that scare people just by existing? You homophobe? You racist, bigoted? That's how I would turn it on her. I'd be like, oh, so just by existing, I'm evil and bad. Are there any other people that fit that category for you, ma'am?
You should probably go do your job where your job lives.
Okay. Hey, you need to do your job where your job lives. Where does my job live? Can you explain that? Do your job where your job lives. Oh, you can tell she was so. Do your job where your job lives. Oh yeah, big strong Karen. He's doing his job. There's a vehicle accident. He's writing a report.
Bro, I hate waiting for fucking NPCs to respond.
His job lives where vehicles collide, ma'am. His job lives where children need assistance to make sure they don't get run over by dumb drivers. His job exists literally everywhere in that community that he serves. I'd love for her to explain. This is another. I just love asking them questions. Where my job exists? What does that mean? Explain that to me. Boop boop. Turn it on my body cam for this interaction.
Because I don't see that it needs to be right here all morning.
I don't see why it needs to be here all morning. Well, you don't see anything. You didn't see the collision.
I'm gonna explain something. The person that I was just working with left approximately 5 minutes ago. This was a collision report for them. I'm doing my job. I gave them all their information.
Can you maybe, like for a second,
do your job somewhere else?
Acknowledge that you could be a really upsetting sight for people right now?
Can you acknowledge this? Oh, you see, it's not about being here.
These people.
It's not about whatever the bullshit is. It's she wants to virtue signal. Hey, I need you to tell me that you're a bad person, that you upset people. I need you to tell it to me. Do you acknowledge that? What psycho narcissistic moron is like, I need to go up to everybody and have them acknowledge the wrongs that they've done in the world, but not me. I am perfect. I am immaculate Karen.
Like, I feel like a police officer should be perfectly in his right to arrest this lady and put her in a mental institution for a mental evaluation. She clearly needs one, okay? Like, the fuck are you saying, lady?
Karen of the Chevy Tahoes, the BMWs, with Starbucks in hand. Glory be to the crop cut, to too much beaded jewelry, and to a narcissistic downgrading tone. Just, oh my
how long am I stuck here for this guy to
Karen, we
spawn?
need the wood. All right, the brainwashing. Can you just acknowledge, what does that mean? Who am I intimidating? I'm sitting here in my car. How is sitting in a car intimidating? Explain. Once again, this is where I love talking to people. Oh, wow. Explain how I'm doing that right now. My presence? Are there any people's presence who would make just by existing again? Racist idiot.
Ma'am, I'm just doing my job.
I get it. I get it. But like for us to be able to collaborate with y'all at all going forward,
But like for us able to collaborate with y'all at all going forward, what a word salad. Well, you're not collaborating with me, you just told me to leave. You said I just scare people by existing. Get the out of here. Can you just admit we can't collaborate with us for you and I for me at all? Can you admit for that? How much paint have you been snorting? How many times have you been in an Asian nail salon just snorting fumes off your fingertips?
You're gonna have to show us some humanity. You're gonna have to show us that you understand the circumstances
This
and the
bitch
feelings
crazy.
that you evoke.
You've got to understand the circumstances and feelings you evoke. Once again, what are we talking about? Explain this to me. What brought on this confrontation where she's like, I have to go talk to him now? Like, I feel like, and I don't know for a fact, but I'm betting heavy considering it's so nice outside there. I'm betting that she's upset about that happened in Indianapolis, but this is probably San Diego, 1,000 miles away. I see all of you as the same. You're all the same. All cops are the same, and they're all intimidating bad things. Replace that with any race. How you doing now, Karen?
He often walks
you see
to
how
Utrecht
your words might be a little bigoted and
prayers.
dumb,
Where's Utrecht?
insufferable. This guy needs a medal for being such an angel.
Because, like, it would be so rad to feel like you're here for us.
It'd be so rad to feel like you're here for us.
Oh,
I
fuck.
mean like responding to a vehicle collision where I was asked to be here, or patrolling at 8 in the morning around a school where there's heavy traffic and making sure the kids get off of their vehicles safely into the school and not run over by a car? Like that? Would that be rad? Would that be so rad,
Sorrow
bro?
Hill, Western
Oh,
Polygon.
bro. Would it be so rad if you let me do my job without, like, I don't know, some dumb bimbo bitch totally stepping on my dick, bro? Oh, rad. Radical, dude. Maybe if you just, like, step down from, like, your high pedestal surrounded by rainbow dildos and just, like, I don't know, took a breath of fresh air and touched grass, you wouldn't be such a dumb bruh.
It would be so rad to feel like you guys get it and understand
I mean,
that you are
ultimately, I
actually
am.
the defending line between us and the fascism.
Oh fuck, I muted it. I tried to pause it. It's one of those bitches. Oh my god. Bitch, you wouldn't even know what fascism is if you were put in a fucking train cart, alright?
You are actually the defending line between us and the fascism.
Train car, not
Okay,
cart,
yeah, we are the
whatever.
defending
You know what I
line
mean.
between you and fascism. But, like, I don't know, you're kind of just coming up here and bullying me like a fascist, demanding that I say things that I don't even know what the you're talking about. Are you high? Oh my god, is she high? You need a DRE, drug recognition expert. I want to check this Karen's pupils and make sure she's not driving around high in a school zone. Ma'am, have you smoked marijuana today? Are you driving impaired? I'm gonna need you to step over to the sidewalk real quick.
But until, like, that's overt, until
did you
that's
just
overt
respawn?
that you're part of our community,
Well, ma'am,
then I don't think you should be lingering here.
Why is he on
absolutely
the
all
fucking
due
back
respect, I'm not going to continue to go back and forth.
Lingering? He's doing his job. But listen, this is the thing with the Karen, right? You can't talk sense to him. What are you doing here? I'm writing a report. You're lingering here. I haven't finished writing the report. I need to finish writing the report. I'm obviously not lingering, but common sense ain't so common in a Karen. Put that on a shirt.
I'm going to try to finish my job as fast as possible. Okay? Keep in mind that you are cussing. We are in front of the school. So please just
That
keep
is
that
fair.
in mind, okay?
I'll give you that. That's fair.
I'll give you that. That's fair. I need you to be a part of the community. I need you to acknowledge that you're a piece of Oh, I'm the one swearing in front of a school, causing a scene. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. A moment of humility. A moment.
Okay, so the quicker I get this done, I can leave, okay?
Yeah.
I'm
just
not really not trying to bother
really
you,
be
okay?
thinking about these kids and these moms.
Oh my god, this bitch is fucking annoying, dude. Please, somebody on the internet find out who this was. Like,
What are they going
let's get some
through?
social consequences
Why are
for
you
this
just
bitch.
assuming that I know everything going on in your mind. This is a helicopter mom, if it's a mom. I don't even know if it's a mom. This could just be a random stranger. Probably is a mom. I dropped little Jimmy off to school, and I've watched the news so much that I'm afraid that just people are gonna come out of helicopters in masks and soup up all the children, like in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. You could just tell that this person watches one brand of news and does not think outside the box. Every crisis on the news is a crisis for this Karen, wherever she lives. You guys remember like in the early thousands when it was like, was it Burma? Was it like everybody was talking about like free Burma or something like that? It wasn't free Tibet. And it just the whole world, all of the United States was, can you believe what's going on in Burma? We need a, I forget what it was. It was some country in Middle Asia. Yeah, but then like, I don't know, like 8 months later, nobody gave a shit. You know, the news cycle moved on to the next thing. That's this woman, is every 6 months when the news cycle moves on to the next thing.
Oh my god, he won't even let me turn it in when he's here.
Next thing.
What
Instead
a
of being
douchebag.
like, does that thing actually affect me? Gosh, what was that? What was the country in the early 2000s? It was, I think it was Burma.
I do understand that, but let me just please, I'll get this out of the way and I'll be out of everyone's hair,
I sure
okay?
would appreciate that.
Yep, you have a good rest of your day,
You
okay?
too.
I gotta give it up to this guy. POB. POB for this outstanding officer. If you know who this officer is, you get a hold of me. You have him get a hold of me. He's getting a POB. You know why? Because you're a freaking saint. So here, this is for you, my fantastic mustachioed sheriff's deputy. Good job. Good job. Good job. Now, if you know anybody that's done such a fantastic job like this, beautiful sheriff's deputy, then get them a POB. Sure, a little pat on the back action. Let them know that you care. All right, if somebody else deserves a POB, go ahead and write them down in the comments. Best way to support the channel is get yourself a shirt. POB, just saying. Give it to a friend, give it to a family member. Cheapest way is leave a comment. Tell me about the Karens that you've dealt with. Tell me all about these dumb Karens. Update. I found her Instagram. The internet remains undefeated.
Thank you.
Oh my god, she made a response video.
Hi, everybody. It's me, the cop Karen.
Are these videos of her stripping? Oh no, oh no. Tell me, let's focus on this Karen. What else did you notice about her? What else did you notice about this Karen that maybe I missed? I can't wait to read the comments. I really hope she makes a video of herself crying. I don't know, everybody's so mean to me on the internet. Oh God, I pray. Maybe she'll learn. Maybe then she'll realize she's an insufferable, dumb Karen. See you next time, weirdos.
Of course, it's a stripper. Makes sense now. She. It was very obvious, but she's very mentally challenged. That was a pretty good video, I'm not gonna lie. Angry Cops, go follow him, he always knocks it out of the park. Always funsies.
I swear to God, it's Groundhog Day over and over. I do a review for Starfleet Academy. I'm like, brilliant. I've got a whole week to recover. Close my eyes, wake up, boom. Time to work on another Starfleet Academy review. In a show that hates white males, we hear the term white privilege banded around all over the place. Well, I'm white and I'm having to review Starfleet Academy. So if somebody can highlight whatever privilege I have, please do, because it doesn't feel like it. So it starts off with Caleb and the Betazoid slut rumping around in bed. It tried its best to get a side boob shot, but then they realized she was flat as an ironing board. And so it was just like they'd stapled a raisin to a white piece of paper. Anyway, never mind. And it's got some of the cringiest music so bad that even gay bars in San Francisco refuse to have it on the grounds of it being too gay. Now, I know that Caleb's mixed race, but it'd be good if he could fuck some of that black back into her eyes because they forgot that Betazoids had black eye. Anyway, it's a regular complaint that I have week by week. Now, because the Betazoid is a massive slag, she then decides that the Pillow Talk is going to be discussing her experiences banging Deltons. Again, keep original Star Trek's fucking name out your fucking mouth, okay? Aliyah, of course, from Star Trek The Motion Picture, was a Delton who had taken her vow of celibacy, of course, you know. Yeah. But Beta Slut is there. Oh no, look, I'm going to tell you how horny they are and what they did to me. And I'm just going to cuck you, Caleb, right after we've just rogered each other. By the way, my empathy levels are blue, so clearly you didn't make me come. Oh! Spoke a little bit too soon. Looks like Caleb's found the button, you know? He's found the... Oh my goodness me, I've just realized. She's literally wearing a clitoris on her neck. Well, at least it's going to be easier for Caleb to find the spot. Oh, and because it's gone all red and she's gone into Caleb's mind, it Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I had this horrendous dream for a minute that I was reviewing Starfleet Academy. Ah! Now, Caleb's like, what is this place? And she's saying, this is the safest place I know. This is where I want you to be safe. And I thought to myself, do you know what? I actually really have to give Starfleet Academy some credit here, because somehow they've managed to take sex between a heterosexual couple and turn it incredibly gay. And that's no small feat. I can't believe.
How long is this guy gonna sit here?
To say, but here goes. Slag sees an object in the field and she reaches out to touch it, and it's Caleb's teddy bear. It's Caleb's teddy bear from when he was a kid.
I thought that was a euphemism for his dick.
And when she touches
Guess not.
It makes all wibbly wobbly fast cuts about Caleb's childhood, and they get pulled out of their I don't know, sexy mind world. Wow, this show knows how to emasculate men real quick. Caleb rightfully gets upset with, I don't even know her name. Because he's just like, hey, you gotta ask permission to get into my mind. You know, you're not allowed to just get in there and pull memories out because you're, you know, shit at being a Betazoid. And so she gets into a strop and she puts her ironing board cover on and goes, and now, oh, after the sexy time, now we've got conflict. Whoa. And the episode's going to be about understanding one another and appreciating each other's...
You know what? Fuck this shit. Let's just go kill
Actually,
stuff.
I take that back. It's going to be how Caleb's wrong and how he needs to apologize to the woman. Just like every other feminazi piece of shite nowadays. It's not a weird Betazoid thing. It's part of who I am. As she strops off. And he says her name. And it's Rima. Hold up. Caleb's got bigger tits than her. So we finally tried to get some plot going. Lord knows it needs it. We haven't had any for 5 fucking episodes. Anyway, and Oh, the USS Athena goes out on its first mission again for the 3rd time, and it arrives at a ship graveyard. I shat my little white pink cotton panties that this was going to be Wolf 359. Thankfully, I don't think it is, unless we discover later, but what they have to do is they have to go over to the destroyed USS Mirazaki that was housing an experimental quantum singularity drive, aka what Romulans used to use instead of warp engines. Now, why the Romulans haven't absolutely whoosh like a tsunami all over the Alpha Quadrant, I don't know. I know that Romulus blew up and they're in fewer numbers, but fewer numbers when you have better technology will always triumph. But, you know, all we need to know is which orifice the Romulans take it in nowadays. And the cadet's job here is to simulate a crisis response unit to whatever would be going on the ship. And their goal is to start the computer within an hour. There's blue team, which is going to go across to the actual vessel itself. And then there's red team here, which is going to be tactical support from the bridge. And yes, I ain't my fucking comm badge because I'm a retarded fat cow is back. And so the director of the War College starts off by saying, in the field, the lives of you and your colleagues depend on, and I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let me just stop you there. You're all fucking dead because you're all fucking retarded. Easy. And then he delivers the biggest self-own possible by saying in the last 5 years, no team has scored higher than 65%. And I'm like, that's why Starfleet Academy's in the state it's in, mate. That's why you got cadets coming through the front door, eating the comm badges, and holograms here that are breaking the fourth wall and trying to eat fucking soil. You're bringing in the lowest of the low, the retarded of the most retarded. And because you've said no other team has got past 65%, and this bunch of window lickers is obviously gonna beat that. Holy shit. So the retarded hologram asks the Vulcan if he's meditating, and he talks about how he thinks back to Tales of the Frontier. And she's like, what's Tales of the Frontier? And the guy who's leading the squad says, oh, that's a comic book. And I would have followed Captain Chi anywhere. And then Caleb goes, oh my God, it's like Starfleet propaganda and stuff about colonizing the universe and things. And I'm like, just shoot him in the fucking head and fire him out in the nearest airlock. And nothing of any value would be lost. In actual fact, stick the rest of him in as well. Including Kyle, whose manners are impeccable, but the way that he constantly eyes up Gaydon, it kind of gives me Jeffrey Dahmer vibes. That's all I'm saying. Then the leader of the squad says something unbelievably stupid because he says, I'm going to bet that you're the guys who are going to finally restore power to the Mirazaki, and we're going to be rewarded with shore leave because I've been stuck on this ship for the last 6 months. It's been docked at fucking Starfleet, mate. It's been docked at Starfleet Academy on planet fucking Earth in San Francisco. So how the fuckity fuck have you not left the ship in 6 months? The writers don't care, so why should we? That's the box we file it in. And don't give me any bollocks about, well, it separates from the nacelles and it comes down. So you're just saying that the warp, literally the fucking warp nacelles, is just hanging around in there for 6 months? No. No. Do you know what? I am so fucking sick of this show not giving a flying fuck about attention to detail. I only get to see 6 half-hour episodes of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms and it's done until the next season. I gotta do fucking 10 1-hour plus episodes of this fucking miserable drivel. I want it up to here. I love it when we have wrecked ships in space and yet somehow the inertial dampeners are always working. Anywho, I just realized, of course they're gonna do this. They've got Gary Stu with them. This guy could fucking out Jesus with miracles the way that they portrayed him in the show. And you can shut your fucking mouth before, anyway. Caleb uses programmable matter, you know, that miracle all space magic cure to try and repair the ship. So we're just dealing in bullshit bollocksy stuff. The fat lesbian, sorry, I just realized that doesn't narrow anything down in the slightest in this show. The fat Jem'Hadar alleged Klingon hybrid that should never exist tries to do her, oh my god, I'm so funny, but it's just cringe and dog shit. Oh, they'll never do it. I bet you a day of my shore leave that they won't get this going and they've only got 30 seconds to get this panel going. That was never established, but never mind. I'm going to be on the beach drinking. Captain, they did it. Just fuck off and die, the lot of you, please. I'm begging you. So suddenly, a bunch of power sources begins to materialize around the Mirazaki, putting up a shield which prevents the Athena from teleporting Blue Team back. They don't know what's going on. The other fat cow, probably a lesbian, says, I got no sensors, I got no comms. And I said to myself, did you check your stomach? Did you have a look there? Did you eat them? Before you report it to the captain, did you shove it down your throat? Just a question. Some person that identified themselves as a furry, I think. Sorry. Fury. Yeah, we'll go with furries. So a bunch of furries kidnap the Blue Team, and they say, if we haven't negotiated something to our satisfaction, because we claim the ship for our blah, blah, then we'll start eating them. This is the first time I've ever been on the side of furries in my life. So they establish, at least in theory, that this group of furries arrived just after they did, and they must have some type of cloaked vessel, obviously, because they didn't see them or detect them. And then he said that they probably won't be able to maintain it for much longer. Based off what? Based off what theory? Based off what information? Based off what evidence? Oh, you mean they can't hold it for plot convenience? Gotcha. So the Furies, sorry, I meant furries. So the furries are apparently half human, half, according to him, alien. Could you be a little bit more specific, please? There's quite a few alien races on this ship, on that ship probably, on planet Earth, that you've encountered on Discovery. Can you narrow it down, or are you actually a space racist? In which case, hello. So because an all-out assault will probably end with everyone dying, the plan they come up with is, let's get Paul Giamatti to come back after he was floating in an escape pod into the endless void of space, never to be seen again, and yet will somehow be completely okay in this episode. Let's call upon him and his race of peeps to come and stir things up, because apparently they don't like furries, which makes us in synergy with each other. He says that the Virali, are they called the Virali? I don't care. Paul Giamatti's people have apparently some weapon which will clear the quadrant or the sector of the furries. Sorry, do you mean genocide? Do Do you mean genocide? I mean, I'm with you on this. Don't get me wrong. I'm all in. But I just want to make sure that we're going to use the right terminology here. Apologies for being slow on the uptake, but I've just realized that the furries are meant to be the equivalent to the Reavers from Firefly, because all Alex Kurtzman does is
steal shit.
It's the only thing he knows how to do, because he can't come up with anything original, because he's dog shit. It's about messages,
bro.
Not
This
thought,
is not gonna.
not
Thank you.
construction of
Jesus.
story, not construction of character, not cleverness and design of plot. No. It's about what can we steal from a much better sci-fi show or video game or comic or other. In this case, it's the Reavers from Firefly. The hologram is acting scared. Why? They can't hurt you. They can't eat you. You can change your body to become soft light so they can't even touch you. Anyway, the lead furry does his worst impression of Bane from The Dark Knight, and he says, "Which of you is going to be first out of the airlock?" And it's most likely going to be the leader of the group, because... No, not because he's the leader of the group and the extra for the show, you know, the day player. No, it's because he's a white male. Always on the chopping block first nowadays. Now, they actually picked the Vulcan, but that's okay, because he's a white actor anyway. But I end up being correct, of course. I mean, not that I'm a genius at this stuff, it's just that this is so blatantly obvious. The leader of the group gives a signal, and then they all start fighting. Yeah, okay, cool. I say all of them. I only saw the men fighting. I didn't see the hologram doing anything, and I didn't see Gaiden do anything, to be honest with you. But it was being cut very, very quickly indeed. All I know is I have no idea the strength of anyone anymore, because you got a Vulcan that's 3 times as strong as a human kicking one of these guys and punching them with the same force and power as a human. There's no extra or easier incapacitation, because they don't care. And if they don't care, then we don't care. If they don't care, then we don't care. And all that kind of shit. And the leader of the group manages to buy them time to run away. And then he gets eaten by the Reavers. The furries. He gets you know what, by the furries to death. So the leader of the group, a white dude, displaying masculinity, displaying decisiveness, managed to save all of his students at the cost of his own life. Heroic sacrifice. They think they just killed off a white dude, but what they actually showed off was this guy was better than any single character in the whole show, and exemplified exactly what Starfleet should be. But you just thought you killed off a white character. But what you actually did was just show why your show's absolute fucking garbage. Self-own. No, I said self-own, not cell phone. No problem. Holy shit. Never let a crisis get in the way of a good gay relationship. That's what I always say. And so does Starfleet Academy. Somehow Kyle got his leg hurt, and this is going to allow Gaiden to do his magic hands on him now that he's training to become a doctor. Oh my god. Love will
this
blossom.
fucking guy
Love
needs to
will
come
blo-
back.
Your leader,
what can I do?
the only guy that's actually displayed any true leadership qualities in this whole fucking show so far, just got eaten to death to save your life. Never mind. Gaiden just asked Kyle if he's got any Klingon inside of him, and does he want any? What? Oh, he apparently he actually said, "Are you part Klingon?" But let's just read between the lines. You kind of get the idea that anybody that resembles a Starfleet officer is going to get killed. We've had the commander who took charge, great leader, saved the rest of his crew, was killed in the process, didn't even flinch thinking about it, would have done it in a heartbeat. What a guy. Holly Hunter's flapping like a paper bag in a hurricane. Then Caleb is just like, oh no, what do we do? What do we do? And then the Vulcan student decides that he wants to be a Starfleet officer and is just like, we got to prepare for these situations. We got to be calm. We got to understand that the commander sacrificed himself because the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. Again, invoking the wrath of Khan and fuck off. But he's right. In this case, he's trying to tell Caleb this is what being a Starfleet officer is actually about. Not fucking ironing boards or having gay sex over there. It's actually about taking charge, taking things seriously. Otherwise, you end up like Holly Hunter and the rest of the morbidly obese fucking lesbians on the Athena that don't get shit done. I don't think they realize what they're saying in this episode, and it's pretty fucking hilarious. Now, because Blue Team brought all the hacks on their team, you know, they had Caleb, who's a Gary Stu with his programmable matter as well, just to boot. Then they have the hologram that can interface and integrate with any PC, computer, whatever, apparently. So they got all the hacks in, and they're going to try and transfer the main computer to the bridge to prevent the creatures, the furries, I should really say, from smashing in their back door. Now, Gaydon and Kyle got very excited when I said that. No, I meant the back door to the bridge, guys. Sorry. Holly Hunter returns to the bridge, and they hear that something has been ejected from the airlock of the ship. They enhance it, and it's the torn apart body of the commander. Now, Fat Bin starts to freak out. I don't know if it's because she's frightened or if it's because she was just like, damn, I could have eaten some of that before they threw it. Anyway, either way, they take her to the med bay. And they show, again, a shining example of why this thing should have never been allowed near Starfleet. You brought her in. You said she was the best of the best. And all she's done is eat a comm badge and freak out. It's another self-own! Men keeping it together, women losing the plot. Oh look, Paul Giamatti's absolutely fine after getting ejected from an escape pod into the void of space with that. And I'm not even going to carry on. I'm just not even going to carry on. Yes, so Holly Hunter had to capitulate and realize that she was wrong. Another self-own, as they call upon the space pirates, aka Paul Giamatti and crew, to help them out. Remember the last time that we saw them? They just murdered all of Paul Giamatti's crew and relished it and laughed and called it a teachable moment. All of them being, by the way, being psychotic women. Just saying. But if you think that I'm actually enjoying Paul Giamatti, you can think again, because he calls her his bestie. Because I guess the year is actually 2026. And if the writers think that their audience is so retarded, because they've lost the Star Trek audience. So now they think they're getting the Gen Z, retarded or lower IQ than the pre-generation. So they're like, hey, we got to speak like you guys so you can like understand and stuff. What's like, I don't know, going on or something, like maybe. Interstellar bestie. Do you know what you can do? You can go fuck your ass. That's what you can do. So after they've drunk a bunch of tequila, they start talking, and Oded Ferrer says to Paul Giamatti, I believe you have a weapon that could help us defeat the furries. And I'm thinking torpedoes would probably do, you know? Phasers, torpedoes. Yeah, okay. And so I think what they're trying to say is something that will incapacitate their shields to allow them to be vulnerable, but they don't stress it very well in the slightest. Okay, so the deal is Paul Giamatti, if he's going to help them, wants to have his own little niche route in space so he can do his evil space trades. And he keeps referring to Starfleet as good guys and him as bad guy. It's absolutely fucking pathetic writing beyond any comparison. And then he says, at the end, I want you to stop trading dilithium to this group of people. And I'm thinking to myself, so even though the burn happened, and the dilithium went inert, and blew up every vessel in the universe that used a warp engine with dilithium as an accelerant. You still trade dilithium and still use dilithium in your engines, even though there could be a repeat of the burn in case the Kelpian decides to cry again, or another Kelpian just gets stranded on a planet of dilithium and bonds with it on a genetic... Well, I don't know. Do you know what? I don't even care. I don't even know why I'm saying this, because I don't care. Because this show's shite. So when the men... And I'm not saying this to be sexist or misogynistic in any way, because I'm not a misogynist. I love women. You can actually despise and not like and hate and have disdain for certain women. That isn't misogyny. I know it's a word that gets thrown around willy-nilly by any woman that receives any criticism because she's dog shit nowadays. But the reality is, if you want fucking equality, welcome to the fucking party, bitch. So while the men have actually been negotiating and they know exactly what they want, I want this through road in space so I can do my trade without fucking interference. And Oded Ferrer goes, okay, I'll speak to the president. While those guys, those men, have done their negotiation, Oded goes away because he's a hologram, and in this instance, because he's actually on planet Earth at the time, he's going to go speak to the president now. Holly Hunter now acts emotionally and tries to piss off Paul Giamatti. And Paul Giamatti gives us some home truths. You don't talk to me, you talk through me. You talk at me, you don't talk to me. Let's have a conversation. And she says, well, a conversation is an exchange of ideas and words between two equals. And I don't value you as worth it or an equal. Because she's an over-emotional, terrible fucking captain and should never have been put in charge of these fucking window lickers in the academy. But you try and place her up there to pull him down, and all you're doing is seeing her being a crab in a bucket trying to reach for something that she can never obtain. And once again, Paul Giamatti absolutely lays the smackdown on this useless bint, because he says, oh, that's where you're very much mistaken, because I'm the person who's setting the terms, and that person doesn't care. I don't care about your cadets. I don't care if they get eaten. What you need to do is find out what I do care about. So yeah, I am the fucking person here that has the power. So you sit down in that chair and you don't get up until I tell you, and you find out what I want, or I walk. And they all die. And all that Nyla can do is stare at him like a bulldog licking piss off a thistle. Because if there's one thing a woman in Kurtzman Trek cannot take above everything else, is the truth being told to their face. We now return you back to the writers don't have a fucking clue about Star Trek. So the cadets, whatever she's called, I don't even know her name either, Princess. So Princess and Bully Boy are trying to work out where the ship is, and they work out that it's moving slowly so it can remain undetected because the debris field is responding accordingly. Now, of course, Bully Boy says it was mostly her that did all the work because he's got to sell felt. And then there's like, how can we try and track it without being detected? Because if we're detected, then, you know, all hell's gonna break loose. And Princess says, well, what if we release a probe? And if we make it nice and slow, you know, below impulse slow. Below impulse slow. Okay. Do you know actually how fast impulse engines actually are? Huh? Do you think impulse engines are just a little little cruise around the star? Now, impulse engines could go up to a quarter of light speed. You have no flipping clue. It wouldn't be impulse engines, it would be your thrusters. That were, oh my God, you know nothing, Jon Snow! So we cut back to Precious, the retarded hologram, and the computer is semi-booted up, but it still believes it's at that point 125 years ago when it went offline. And so the way that they try and get it to realize that it's not there anymore is by putting the comic that the Vulcan was reading above it so it can scan the comic to get up to date with the history. Thank God he didn't drop a Batman comic on instead. The computer would be very confused right now. And we're meant to believe that this is a logical Vulcan that operates through logic, and he logically thinks that a computer scanning a comic book, even if it was based on, will make the computer go, oh, well, that seals it for me then. Clearly we are here. This show knows no bounds of retardation. Anyway, I think they're just grateful that this comic wasn't crowdfunded. Otherwise, it wouldn't have even got made by the 32nd millennium. So the Betazoid slut tries to connect to Caleb's mind. Sweetheart, now's not the right time for a bit of fucking slap and tickle, okay? The other crew are in a little bit of trouble. Sit yourself down, get yourself a nice cup of tea, like, okay? So there's a scene that goes on forever and ever and ever, and I never thought it was actually going to end. Thank God it did. Where Paul Giamatti's character tells Holly Hunter that he actually is scared of her because she's a Lanthanite, she's half Lanthanite, and Lanthanites theoretically, technically, whatever, live forever or could live forever if they don't, you know, die through other means, I guess. And she had a son that was part of Starfleet, and he was in a predicament very similar to the one that they're in now, but his ship went down and he went down with it and died, and she was part of the, I don't know, attempted rescue squad. It's sort of ambiguous, and didn't save him. So he's just like, wow, you let your own son die. And then he goes on to Caleb, and then he's like, wait a minute, Caleb's over there as well, isn't he? Oh no. He says, I've seen these furries eat a person, strip them bare, asshole and all. I mean, he actually says asshole and all. And he said, and that was a Klingon. Well, there you go, Jaden. There's another one of your species closing in on extinction, but, you know, you try and get your end away with Kyle, why don't you, and be that honorless cur that you are. And then he says again to Nyla before she's called to the bridge that I am scared for you, right now. He's playing some very clever mind games, and she's trying hard not to be an over-emotional whammons about it, but right now he does have all the power unless they can do something. So the Betazoid slut goes to the bridge and says, I could connect with Caleb, and they're on the bridge on the other ship, and they don't know what to do. And they said, how do you know this? And she says, because I can connect to Caleb, because I was riding him like Seabiscuit earlier in the episode, and my powers are significantly amplified. That's why I have to wear this dampening cortex, because I can get right into your mind. You know, I'm that much of a fucking psycho ex-girlfriend. And when I was younger, I couldn't regulate this, and I blew my dad's auditory system out. So she's the one that has made her dad deaf. Which, again, I'm sort of like, well, the Betazoids had become isolationists. They're telepaths. There wouldn't be much need for out loud communication because they could all do it telepathically. So why they would learn sign language, I don't know. It's so bizarre. Anyway, so the head of the War College goes, okay, I'm going to tell you a bunch of gobbledygook, and you see if you can tell Caleb what to do, and we'll see if we can save the day and all that sort of good stuff. So the furries have spent the last 25 minutes cutting a hole in the doorway to come plowing through. And finally, they've done it, and there's just enough room for their arm to come through. What are you gonna do? Open the fucking door handle? I give up. I give up. Absolute trash. Now, it's not just the Starfleet members who are retards, or most of them. The men are really taking control this episode, and the women are making themselves look absolutely abysmal. Again, why the hologram doesn't just stand to block the hole in the door because the phaser fire wouldn't affect her. Anyway, don't worry about that. It's also the technology which is retarded, because the computer of this vessel has read the comic now and decided that this bunch of window lickers in the bridge are now the new crew, and is happy to pass all commands to them because we live in fucking stupid land. So even though Paul Giamatti pushed every single button that she had, somehow she came out with the conclusion that he was the one that slipped up, because him trying to, according to her anyway, him saying all the things that he said about her and her son and Caleb was actually just projection for how much he's worried about the furries, and therefore he needs us just as much as we need him. Oh, okay. Holy shit. Whammon logic is nearly as fucked as Vulcan logic is in this show. After all, remember, the whole reason they've brought Paul Giamatti into this episode is because his species have a weapon to defeat the furries. He's way ahead of you. You are not on parity with each other. No matter how bad the writing will try and make it so. Oof, make it so. And just as I suspected, because the men had been competent the whole, for the most part of the episode, they had to then write absolute nonsense to try and turn it around that Holly Hunter's character knew what the hell she was doing. Absolutely ridiculous. She's just like, here we are, we've acquiesced to all your demands. And he says, you know, I might have a couple more for a sweetener. She's like, oh, we've even put some sweeteners in there as well. But you're scared as well, and whatever it took to get your weapon to keep them off your back, they're now even madder because of it. And you're frightened because they're never gonna give up, and you're just a playground.
There's a lot of running back and forth.
Give
Jesus.
us what we need. And he just, okay, I'll give you everything. Fucking, just stop. Just put your fucking crayons down and fuck off. Because this writing is so abysmal. Any male that's displayed any competency in this episode, and they all have, he has, Oded Ferrer has, the commander who was killed has, even the Vulcan at some point, even though he kind of fell off the rails a little bit, all of them undermined so that the writers could prop up this useless Shaka's shite, who I couldn't understand half the things she was saying. What are you even saying? I need subtitles for the freaking subtitles. So it's a high frequency which can incapacitate the furries. Oh, I cannot believe I'm going to go here again. And Oded Ferrer says, oh, we've got a starbase near here that's dealing with new weapon concepts, new weapon designs. We can have an Intrepid class starship bring over a modified weapon that we can use. A sonic weapon. A sonic weapon in space. In space. Sonic weapon in space. Okay. Hey, Google. Could a sonic weapon work in space?
No, sound requires a medium, like air or water, to travel. Since space is a vacuum, sound waves cannot propagate, making a sonic weapon...
Yes, but Alex Kurtzman's a retard, and he doesn't know any of this shit, alright? The only thing Alex Kurtzman knows is how to breathe. And he does that to detriment of other people. Because that means less oxygen for the rest of us.
...and useless there. Would you like to explore directed energy alternatives like lasers?
Yes. Could you send it to Paramount, care of Alex Kurtzman, and the rest of the retarded Starfleet Academy? Never mind. It's okay. I've had to resort to using headphones because the audio is abysmal. And I don't mean the copy I'm watching on, that's fine. It's the audio of the show. The way that they have it tuned, all the exterior noise drowns out so much of the dialogue. You just cannot work out what is being said. It's absolutely atrocious. Anywho, Slut gets into Caleb's head and tells him the plan to try and get out of it. So Princess says, who has the probe active now? We're looking for a needle in a haystack full of needles. I just wanted to teleport her out to space. Just teleport her out to space off the starboard bow. And just watch her fucking freeze and float into oblivion. I don't even know what you do around here. Bye. So the cadets are on the verge of being annihilated, and Jaden and Caleb think that now is the right time to say that he's shoving his penis into the Betazoid's vagina. I hope the furries eat them. I hope the furries eat every last one of them. Every last bit, arsehole and all. So the USS Sargasso comes warping in with the sonic weapon, which ain't gonna work because it's fucking space, but none of these retards understand a thing about science, because this ain't science fiction no more. It's science bullshit. Now, earlier in the episode, Oded Ferrer said, we've got 5 capital ships ready to warp in 1 light year away. Well, we're all waiting. No, none of them coming to support these 2 ships. Why? Oh, I guess he forgot. I guess Oded Ferrer kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet. Yeah? Are we dealing with that again? Okay. Holy shit. This episode's devolved into utter idiocy. So the furry ship starts to decloak and shock horror. It's not actually a furry ship. It's one of Paul Giamatti's pirates ships, because they've been working together the whole time, which doesn't make any sense considering you just gave them the weapon to defeat them.
I'm out of range.
Unless, of course, you wanted to steal the weapon, which is a sonic weapon, which can't even be used in
The hell? Why can't I
space.
use this shit?
So is everybody here fucking retarded? Of course.
I'd always get chained for being a gnome, bro. It's so fucking annoying.
Of course they are. Because it starts from the writing, who lick a page, and then they get their crayon out and go, oh, I'm gonna lose my fucking shit. So the vessel fires onto the other ship, the Sargossa, Gosa, whatever it's fucking called. Complete and utterly, it looks like obliterates it, apparently completely disabled. Where are the other 5 ships you have ready for this fucking event? The writers didn't even know what they wrote. They've no fucking clue that they actually had them set up to come in. They haven't even come in. This is the... Now, Oded Ferrer looks like a fucking idiot who should be immediately removed from his fucking position. You have no clue what on earth you're writing. You are absolutely incapable of doing your basic, fundamental, structural job of story. Just, oh my God, just fuck off. No, so it seems like the plan was, we'll just bring some people over for you to eat. What? What? That's the pay. But at the beginning, they took them hostage and said, we're gonna eat them. And it was the Federation that says, hold on, we'd like to do some dealing with you. If we can come to a nice deal, then we'll have them back and you'll be on your way with some cool shit. This is an elaborate nothing. They had the kids they wanted to eat. They could have just fucked off with their food. But because the Federation wanted to negotiate, now they got more food? What is this drivel? So the Federation's stupidity in wanting to negotiate with you has given the furries an opportunity to have more organic beings to eat. I don't even know if the writer knows what the fuck they're doing anymore. It can't be a trap set by Paul Giamatti for the furries. If the trap was already set by the furries to ambush them as they did their away mission, they had no idea that they were going to call upon Paul Giamatti to try and negotiate to find a way. Did they read the script? Nonsensical garbage.
You assume there was a script. Big assumption when it comes to Alex Kurtzman.
When his little boyfriend gets attacked by one of the furries. Okay, that's all it took, was it? Gotcha. Fuck everyone else. Yeah, they can die. But don't touch my boyfriend. The retarded hologram, Precious, who we've previously discovered can tolerate phaser fire, can now not tolerate phaser fire. Okay. Now the Vulcan intercepts one of the furries from killing Caleb because Caleb is just writhing around on the floor like a little cowardly baby as the rest of the furries come plowing through into the bridge, even though Caleb is probably the most capable one there, has seen the most action there, and is most likely anyway. Don't worry about any of that. And so he steps in front of the phaser and takes it full blast, killing him. Another brave, heroic man sacrificing themselves to save people who aren't good enough to even be there in the first place. That is the story of this episode, through and through. 2 men are dead. This bint most affected. She has ripped out her inhibitor back on the SSS Vagina, and now she's gone onto the bridge on the derelict ship and sees what's going on, all the fighting, hides. I mean, she's there as a astral projection. Hides, screams, takes Caleb into her head, and then decides to tell him about, I used to be afraid. I used to come to this field of flowers when I was, bitch, people are fucking dying. People are fucking dying. Do you know something? This ain't all about you. She then uses the power of Re to disable all of the furries. Why everyone else on the bridge isn't also fucking being ripped apart, I don't know. I guess they have super Betazoid slut protection plot armor surrounding them. But the power of Re, never underestimate it. Pseudo-Dead Ferrer and Holly Hunter, they're having a debrief at the end. And the trap, which was already set for the away team, the furries knew that the Federation would want to negotiate, so they would call upon Paul Giamatti to negotiate. Yeah, all of this is taking huge leaps of faith, and they knew that negotiating with him would make them send the Saragossa, which would make the Saragossa leave the weapons station, which allowed them to decloak 6 ships around the weapons station to fire and pummel that and destroy that, which delayed the SOS going out for the ships to come in as support. What? You might as well just have put 6 numbers on the fucking lottery. You would have had more chance of those events transpiring than this dumbass plan. Holy shit. When everyone else leaves, Paul Giamatti sends a message to Holly Hunter, and to boil it down, and he actually boils it down himself and says, do you know why I did all this? Really? It's because I fucking hate you. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm on Paul Giamatti's side here. I really hate them as well. And he talks about, you think your way of life is so perfect and the right way to live, and it's not. And I'm like, yes, I absolutely agree with you. They are sanctimonious pieces of shit. I think they've confused who the good guy and the bad guy is in this scenario, just like they did with Discovery and pretty much every other show that they did. I want to epilogue this review, because if this episode had been put in the hands of an actual capable writer, then I think this could have been a really good episode. I mean, it wasn't, because the way they executed the story was utterly abysmal. But somebody who actually had talent, who knew what they were doing, who knew how to write characters and science fiction, this could have been one of those very unnerving TNG episodes that at the end you're all kind of like a little bit shook because the status quo had been pushed just a little bit. And now you don't know what this whole show is capable of doing. But it didn't. It was put, I don't know who wrote this, in the hands of an absolute fucking buffoon, where good men died. And it's... I'll just stop there, because Disbrew likes to say something. He likes to say, when he's insulting these characters, he likes to say, of your betters. You do that wrong, or you talk this way to people. Who are your betters? In this episode, good people died heroically, saving their inferiors. And that was very, very plain to see. Utterly embarrassing and abysmal. Nonsensical. And it's only getting worse. 6 episodes and the trajectory is just this. There is no curve that we see a bottom, an end. It's just free fall, absolute trash. 4 more episodes this season and a whole nother season to come, people. We're gonna feast well on the bones of Star Trek's carcass, sadly. See you in the next video. You take care. Goodbye, Blue.
Our race fans, snag a $1 spicier classic chicken sandwich with purchase today.
Great, I missed the entire fucking race. I didn't realize this was going on. Can I not go back in it? Oh,
using promo code Daytona.
Then I'll let you go back.
Regan?
Oh well.
Mike, as you...
The German Navy in World War II. You may conjure up images of the mighty battleships Bismarck and Tirpitz, the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper, but for all the expense and effort required to actually build these massive modern steel behemoths, they were actually eclipsed in sheer tonnage sunk by a much humbler vessel, the auxiliary cruiser. Germany's pirates hunted across the globe from the raging Atlantic to the vast Pacific, laying mines, sinking ships, and just generally causing mischief. Their captains were as unique as their ships, strong commanders with unusual backgrounds and experience well suited to the often lonely task of operating independently tens of thousands of kilometers away from home.
Oh, what the fuck?
The most successful of the Kriegsmarine's auxiliary cruisers was a humble merchant ship herself, a kind of floating Swiss Army knife. By the war's end, she'd sink over 150,000 tons of shipping before being lost in a dramatic, explosive final engagement. This episode is the first in a series on Hitler's pirates, the raiders that caused endless headaches for the Allied navies trying to hunt them down, from duels with submarines, high seas chasers, and even a hopeless, mutually destructive gunfight. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs, and this is the story of the Raider Penguin. Before the Japanese would unleash hell at Pearl Harbor, the German Navy, the Kriegsmarine, had already begun to turn the vast Pacific Ocean into a hunting ground. The fall of France in June 1940 had given crucial Atlantic ports to the Kriegsmarine, where they could attack merchant ships to essentially starve Britain into submission. Farther afield, countless ships of Britain's vast empire were capable of operating with impunity, though. This wasn't to last. In the First World War, Germany had perfected the auxiliary cruiser, the pinnacle of maritime deception. Disguising commerce raiders as allied or neutral vessels under false flags, these ships would disrupt maritime trade by forcing the Royal Navy to divert important warships from the critical North Sea and North Atlantic. Germany was very good at this. They could run rings around the British, all the while tying down valuable warship assets and sinking hundreds of thousands of tons of ships and cargo as they went. In 1939, the Grand Admiral Erich Raeder, Hitler's commander-in-chief of the Navy, ordered a selection of 6 auxiliary cruisers to push the fight against Allied shipping into the most unlikely corners of the world, from the Pacific to the Indian and the Atlantic Oceans, attacking and destroying dozens of Allied merchant ships and ensuring no corner of the globe would be safe for Allied shipping. This sort of modern-day pirate war became ferocious, far-ranging, and remarkably effective. Of course, the ships themselves would need to be utterly unique in the history of the conflict, and it would take a kind of madman to willingly lead a small merchant vessel into combat, so each skipper and their crew were as individual as the ships were. Enter the captain and the crew of the Hilfskreuzer Penguin. Penguin's story begins in 1936 at the Weserwerk of Bremen, where the freighter Candlefels was built. A ship of decent size, some 509 feet or 155 meters long, displacing around 17,900 tons, she was powered by a pair of diesel engines that gave her a speed of 17 knots. She was a fairly modern ship, designed ostensibly to carry heavy goods, but her size and rugged durability would soon play well to an ulterior purpose, when, with the outbreak of war, Candlefels was identified as an ideal candidate for state-sanctioned piracy. Originally simply named Ship 33, she was ideal for raiding, with her bulky hull making for a perfect gun platform and high-endurance diesel engines capable of a 17-knot sprint. Although running at a more economical 12-knot cruising speed, she could run for 207 days without refueling. On the 11th of November 1939, the Kriegsmarine placed her under the command of Kapitän Ernst Felix Kruder, a 42-year-old Hamburg native who had started out with the Imperial German Navy way back in 1915, seeing action at Skagerrak and Sevastopol. In the interwar years, he hadn't stopped fighting. He led a band of loyalist fighters against German revolutionaries in 1919, but it was his official Navy work which would see him become a master of his field when he became the commander of a mine-laying unit. Keep that in mind. Stepping aboard his charge, he renamed his ship Penguin, alluding to its primary mission, raiding Antarctic waters. No doubt, Kruder would have been very happy with this custom-built hunter, and despite her cutesy name, Penguin had a few mean tricks up her sleeve. A half dozen 15cm, 5.9-inch guns were cleverly hidden behind hinged bulwarks or beneath fake deckhouses, allowing them to be thrown open to fire with deadly speed. The main guns were bolstered by a smattering of smaller weapons, a 75mm gun, some British Oerlikon 20mm AA cannons, and a 3.7cm German anti-aircraft gun. In fact, this odd array of weapons had been scrounged from basically everywhere the Kriegsmarine could source second-hand guns at all. Her main guns, the 15cm rifles, had actually been taken from the decommissioned pre-dreadnought Schlesien of 1904. All the smaller guns were concealed behind fake vent heads, packing cases and water tanks. Meanwhile, 2 twin torpedo tubes were mounted on deck forward, while below, her voluminous cargo holds held a staggering 300 naval mines and 2 old Heinkel HE-114 seaplanes, giving Penguin eyes over the horizon to aid in the hunt. It was the mine payload, though, that would play best to Captain Cruder's strengths. He had become an expert in using the things, and it would be those that would give Penguin an extra sting in her tail. Since the Royal Navy overwhelmingly outnumbered and mostly outclassed the German Kriegsmarine's surface fleet, the Penguin needed to undergo extensive training on the Baltic Sea so that her stealth could compensate for what the Kriegsmarine lacked in numbers. Captain Cruder was able to source some of the Kriegsmarine's best men from his days overseeing training operations before the war. His navigation officer had been the captain of the liner Steuben. One of the other senior officers came from the training ship Goich Fock. The crew were drilled in gunnery, mine laying and raiding, getting in close and dropping the disguise quick smart to engage the enemy. From the decks of the destroyers and the cruisers that bobbed at anchor, the men on this funny-looking ship were the endless butt of jokes and jeering. But Penguin's crew were very keen to prove their comrades on those more conventional warships very wrong. After trials, and with her crew ready, the ship motored to Gotenhafen in June 1940, and it was time for Penguin to start the hunt. Making for an Atlantic breakout, the Penguin was to supply the German U-boat UA off West Africa with ammunition and rations. Disguised as an unassuming freighter, Penguin set off from Gotenhafen on June 15th, and 2 days later met the Speerbrecher 4, the pathfinding minesweeper that cleared the way for the raider flanked by 2 torpedo boats through the Danish Great Belt. For this voyage, Penguin relied on her escorts to thread her safely through, slipping further north, through the Kattegat, and then the Skagerrak. The small flotilla paused in Songefjord, where sheer glacial cliffs rose like frozen sentinels all around. There, beneath the plunging crags, the Penguin underwent another transformation, this time disguised as the Soviet freighter Petchura. Now, the convoy would aim for the North Sea, but almost immediately they ran plumb into bad luck. On June 23rd, foul weather enveloped the ships, and Mother Nature reminded the crew that they were no match for her. Gale-force winds battered the formation, forcing the minesweepers to turn back, but then the raider pressed on alone. They expected to sight an enemy ship, possibly one of the cruisers maintaining the blockade. What they didn't expect was a periscope peering up at them from the water. With U-boats having been directed clear of this route, Captain Cruder knew it had to have been an Allied submarine, likely British. The skipper hoped that his Soviet disguise would be enough to deceive the enemy. But then the submarine surfaced, tiny figures clambering out onto the conning tower to make a challenge. What ship? The sub motored along on the surface, chasing Penguin from behind, but Cruder ignored the challenge and pressed on, hoping that the little sub would have to give up, since she was being tossed around by the waves like a toy. Give up, though, she did not. 3 torpedoes whizzed past Penguin. Clearly, the disguise hadn't worked. For over an hour, the sub tried to keep up, but Penguin's diesels could get her up to that 17-knot speed, far too quick for the sub. Soon enough, Penguin was alone, but her cover had been blown already, and she was on the back foot. Cruder turned Penguin northwest towards the remote Jan Mayen Island, where they took refuge in the fog banks rolling across the waters to plan their next move. Breaking out into the Denmark Strait, Penguin would rely on heavy fog to remain unseen from Allied aircraft and ships. Navigating the labyrinth of icebergs scattered across the strait with heavy rain battering the ship was not for the faint of heart, but Cruder was an old expert, and finally, on the 1st of July, the auxiliary cruiser made it to the North Atlantic in one piece. As an award for surviving the storms, Cruder cracked open a box of cigars and passed them around the bridge. Penguin had been set free. Now en route to rendezvous with the UA, Cruder decided to disguise Penguin as a Greek freighter, Kassos, since Soviet ships didn't frequent the middle of the open Atlantic, and the British submarine had surely warned its fleet mates to keep an eye out for a suspicious Soviet ship. On the 6th of July, Penguin's lookouts spotted an ominous shape out in the distance, thought to be the British liner turned auxiliary cruiser Carmania, but Penguin dodged the threat and continued on her course. Down Penguin went, past the Azores and parallel to the coast of Africa. On July 17, Penguin rendezvoused with the U-boat UA in the elbow of St. Peter and St. Paul's Rock. UA was an unusual boat. Originally built for the Turkish Navy, the Germans had pressed it into their service
The
instead.
Germans?
Captained by Hans Kohaus, she had recently sunk the British liner Andania and 2 Norwegian merchantmen, but having been on patrol for 41 days, she was running out of supplies. Penguin's crew ferried 11 torpedoes and provisions to the submarine in rubber rafts, marking the first time an auxiliary cruiser had resupplied a U-boat at sea. Meanwhile, aboard the Raider,
There was a corpse from the High
UA's
Priest
crew
who
were
just
treated
disappeared.
to hot
What the
showers
fuck?
and meals. With the transfer complete, Penguin proceeded south, with the submarine in tow to save on fuel. En route, some lights were spotted, so the UA detached herself to go and investigate, fired a torpedo at a tanker and missed, only to return and hitch a ride again. Approaching the fertile convoy hunting grounds off South Africa, UA let go the tow cables a final time. Her crew waved goodbye and she motored off. Penguin, her job as milk cow completed, was now given her own chance to hunt. It didn't take long to find her first victim. Sighted off the port bow at 9 AM on July 31st was a nice big freighter. The Domingo de Larinaga, captained by William Chalmers, was bound for Freetown, carrying more than 7,000 tons of grain. With news of German commerce raiders prowling the South Atlantic, Chalmers immediately suspected the ship that he saw, but he was reassured by the Greek flag that fluttered at her masthead. Then the stranger turned towards his ship and he became concerned again. Looking closely at her through his binoculars, he thought she was too well painted to be a humble Greek freighter. Penguin's disguise had been foiled again, but still, Kruder ordered full speed ahead while the Domingo did the same, and the chase was on. The freighter's propeller churned as she desperately tried to get away. Her wireless man fired off an urgent warning. Meanwhile, at the stern, Domingo's crew readied their sole defense, a paltry 4-inch gun. For 2 hours, both ships played cat and mouse until the Penguin finally closed the gap and opened fire with her big main guns. Shells blasted the freighter, starting fires around the bridge. The Domingo de Larinaga's stern gun fired wildly, and the shots splashed harmlessly around Penguin, who was closing the whole time, blasting away with deadly effect. The freighter came to a halt, and it was all over. Penguin had won. A boarding party searched the ship, and while demolition charges were laid, the surviving 32 crewmen were ushered onto the Raider, but then came some sudden drama. With the timer counting down on the explosive charges inside the Domingo, Penguin's boarding party couldn't get their motor launcher's engine to start. It spluttered, but it wouldn't fire up, so they tried to row hard against the swell to no avail. With just minutes left, they got away in time, and then nothing. The charges didn't go off. The Domingo's crew watched as the Penguin finally finished their ship off with a torpedo, sending the valiant little vessel down to the bottom with a whoosh of white spray. 8 men had died in the brief gun battle, and the Penguin had won her first victory. Kruder studied his charts. His ship had taken her first victim, and they were square in some of the busiest sea lanes in the world, but Domingo's distress calls made it clear a raider was on the loose in the South Atlantic. Sure enough, Penguin's radio man listened intently to traffic as British cruisers, including HMS Dorsetshire, were ordered to the last known position. Penguin was now being hunted herself.
I wonder if I
Instead,
can layer.
and he ordered a course around
Why
the
isn't
Cape of Good
MWB
Hope
showing my layers
and
no
on
more,
into
man?
the Indian Ocean. Despite the moments of fierce combat, life aboard Penguin was pretty good for her men. They even had a cinema on board. In one of the recent films, reported one of the officers, there was a floozy doing a striptease. The old man, meaning Captain Kruder, who was present, indignantly ordered her to put her clothes on again, which was quite simply arranged. All the projectionist had to do was run it through backward. The general opinion is that the old man, who isn't as old as all that, just wanted to see it all over again. By August 26th, the Raider was off the coast of Madagascar, when Kruder ordered one of its 2 Heinkels to search for targets, giving them both British markings just as a precaution. The planes cleared the thinning clouds and spotted a ship. One of them zoomed low over the Norwegian tanker, the Firefjell. From the ship's bridge waved a man, her captain, Nordby. He had seen the British markings on the plane and thought it was a friendly, but of course it zoomed straight back to Penguin, where Kruder concocted a very clever plan. Taking off again, it found the tanker and dropped this note. On account vicinity of enemy raider, alter course to 180 degrees distance, 140 miles. From that point, take up course direct to 31 degrees north, 37 degrees east, Thence you get further information. Do not use wireless. Signed, Hopkins, Commander, HMS Cumberland. The note was dropped from the plane and handed up to Captain Nordby, who complied with the order, and he altered course. But soon, when he thought about it, it began to feel suspicious. He wondered why the grammar was so poor, and he wondered why a British cruiser would even want to meet up with a tanker like his mid-ocean. He'd been warned by fellow skippers of raiders in the area, and he began to smell a rat. Time passed, and by 5 p.m, Kruder was getting impatient. The tanker
I did not get
fallen
layered.
for his ploy.
They must be on the
Instead,
same layer.
She was fleeing, and with sunset approaching, Nordby fired off a raider warning on his wireless set. Kruder and the Penguin picked up that very warning, but they were able to use it to pick up a bearing on the fleeing tanker. Nordby had ordered his ship up to full steam to reach a port either in Madagascar or mainland Africa, but Kruder was quicker. Racing against the setting sun, Penguin launched one of her Heinkel seaplanes ahead of her. What followed is one of military aviation's more daring attacks. The lone airplane caught up to the tanker, and the pilot was able to bring down her radio antenna with a grappling hook as this aircraft roared past. He machine-gunned the tanker's decks and dropped a small bomb as a show of force. Nordby knew that his ship was effectively a floating bomb. She was loaded with 10,500 tons of gasoline and oil that was headed for Cape Town. It would take only a single shell to send him, his ship and his crew to the great beyond.
Fuck it.
The little Heinkel came down and landed next to the tanker in a heavy swell, which was in itself no mean feat, and signalled for the Fehlerfjell to heave to and prepare to be boarded. Sure enough, the Penguin arrived on scene, and the tanker was captured. It had been a remarkable series of events, but it wasn't yet over. Penguin had turned south with Fehlerfjell close behind her. On pre-dawn darkness of 27th of August, the next day, the ghostly silhouette of another vessel emerged. Kruder seized the chase, leaving the Fehlerfjell behind, and when Penguin caught up to the mysterious tanker, she signalled for her to stop. That tanker, the British commander, kept up her speed, however, broadcasting the raider warning the whole time. Penguin opened fire. With shells straddling the tanker and some hitting, she finally came to a stop, and Penguin signalled for them to abandon ship within 15 minutes. The little wooden boats were lowered away, and Kruder sent the British commander below with a torpedo and gunfire. Penguin turned to resume her course when, astoundingly, yet another ship lumbered into view. Startled, the vessel retreated, but Kruder issued a warning shot. Stay put, it meant. The 5,008-ton Norwegian freighter, Morviken, surrendered, and the 35 bewildered crew joined the other prisoners on board the Penguin before Kruder ordered the scuttling of their ship too. It had been a busy morning, to say the least, but then, an hour later, the German crew aboard the Fehlerfjell reported another freighter passing nearby. This time, Kruder erred on the side of caution. He knew that the British commander's radar warnings had reached at least one land station at Walvis Bay. At any moment, Allied warships could emerge on the horizon, so Kruder let the freighter slip by. His instincts proved right. 2 cruisers and 2 auxiliary cruisers had been dispatched at full speed to hunt his ship down, but by the time they arrived, all that remained was an empty sea and a slick of oil. The Penguin had got away. The day's events had given Kruder pause for thought. Clearly, his strategy was working. Hunting in the Indian Ocean was a profitable business. But with pursuers hot on his tail, the Fehlerfjell could only slow the Penguin down. She was scuttled instead, and the ship assumed a new disguise after one of the Norwegian prisoners on board had suggested that Greek shipping lines never had a vessel as fine as the Penguin that far east. Penguin emerged as the Norwegian Wilhelmsen Line's Trafalgar. Kruder had no intention of running away. He was employing a clever strategy. The Royal Navy would surely think that a competent raider skipper, aware of the fact he was being hunted, would vacate the area and move on. But Kruder intended on doubling back. Lightning, it seemed, would strike twice. Things, though, would take a turn for the worse on the 5th of September. In huge seas, one of the Penguin's seaplanes was smashed beyond repair in the violent towering waves, and the 2-man crew jumped clear for their lives. This loss was disastrous for Kruder, because he'd relied on his seaplanes to be his eyes and ears from on high, and they'd done a cracking job, especially with the Fehlerfjell. The second Heinkel was stored in bits down in Penguin's holds, and assembling it would take time. Most importantly, though, the task couldn't be done in big seas. Still, Penguin motored on ahead to hunt once more off Madagascar. now albeit at something of a disadvantage. A week later, Penguin's men spotted the telltale smudge of smoke on the horizon, and they could make out a British freighter in their glasses. It was the 5,872-ton Ben Avon, tucked in the coast of Madagascar, laden with hemp and rubber bound for London. With the skipper asleep on board, the Ben Avon's chief officer was relieved to see the mystery vessel approaching his ship, flying the flag of Norway. But as the two vessels converged on their courses and the stranger refused to give way, something seemed off. Then up went the Kriegsmarine battle ensign, and all hell broke loose. Kruder fired a warning shot at Ben Avon, but to his surprise, the ship returned fire with startling accuracy. Ben Avon's men managed to send a 4-inch shell straight through Penguin's hull, punched straight through the seaman's quarters, and narrowly missed Penguin's enormous stock of mines. Fortunately, it failed to detonate. A couple of the Germans marvelled at it and then threw it overboard. It was an impressive bit of gunnery, but Penguin answered with deadly efficiency. Her 15-centimetre cannons got to work and chewed up Ben Avon's superstructure. The bridge was smashed, the captain was killed, and most of the senior officers too. The stern gun and its crew were also wiped out. Soon, ablaze from stem to stern, the valiant little Ben Avon came to a halt, and its crew began to abandon ship. With Kruder's medics tending to the wounded, it soon became clear that some 24 of Ben Avon's complement had been killed in the melee. But they were treated with honour by the Germans, who held a service for them. Penguin had taken her 5th victim in 6 weeks, and now it was time to head for Australia. En route further south, Penguin crossed paths with yet another freighter loaded with 7,000 tons of valuable cargo, the motor ship Nordvard. Kruder took the opportunity to offload most of his 200 prisoners and provided the freighter with a prize crew bound for Germany. Crucially, they carried letters and mail home from the men who'd been at sea for a long and very eventful few months. With some more wiggle room on board the Penguin now, the ship spurred southwards along the Australian coast. Penguin was a comfortable ship for her crew, and Kruder was well aware of the strains that long periods spent away from home, punctuated only by intense periods of combat, could have on his men. He established a recreation room where men could rotate through periods of leave. Meanwhile, the skipper and his navigator, Lieutenant Wilhelm Michelson, set their sights on a stretch of water separating Australia and Tasmania, the Bass Strait. This was a primary trade route that led directly to New Zealand and the Pacific Ocean. Mining it would see Commonwealth shipping sunk in one of the farthest reaches of the British Empire. Aside from the material damage, it would send a clear and plain message. Absolutely nowhere was safe. Together, Kruder and Michelson orchestrated a plan to mine 6 Australian and Tasmanian channels with the fewest number of mines in the least amount of time. And time was of the essence. Once a single ship was lost to a mine, Australian authorities would have to sweep the channels clear and close the effective routes, halting maritime traffic. Here, Kruder would prove why he was chosen by the Kriegsmarine as Penguin's captain. To maximise the disruption, the old mine experts set the deadly things with a 48-hour time delay. This would ensure there were no premature explosions to give his game away too soon. Penguin, though, couldn't do it alone. Kruder would need a second vessel to pull it off. With the second Heinkel seaplane finally assembled, he ordered his men to keep a sharp lookout for a decent-sized ship, not to sink, but to capture and convert into a sister raider. His prayers were answered off Christmas Island on October 7th, when the 8,998-ton Norwegian tanker Storstad steamed into view. Kruder ordered the tanker stopped, and since she was unarmed and carrying an invaluable 12,000 tons of diesel and 500 tons of coal, the captain complied. With the new German crew on board, Kruder renamed the tanker Passat, and his men got to work ripping out the bulkheads and internal spaces to accommodate 110 mines which they transferred over from Penguin. The two ships set off and they swooped under the continent through the Great Australian Bight, and while Passat laid her mines in Bass Strait, Penguin would lay her own deadly payload off Adelaide, Hobart, Sydney and Melbourne. The operation was risky, but the Germans were well aware the majority of Australian warships had been called away for service in the Mediterranean, some 15,000 kilometres away. The Germans may have been dumbfounded, though, by the lighthouses, which were in full operation as if it was peacetime. It enabled them to be used as navigational markers for laying the mines, and sometimes they could even see the lights of homes and cars from on shore. Clearly, Australia was enjoying a sense of detachment from hostilities, being so far away from Europe, but that was soon to change. 11 p.m. on November 7th, 1940, the big freighter Cambridge is making her way around Wilson's Promontory at the very southern tip of Australia when there is an enormous explosion, and the vessel is gone within an hour. The next day, off Cape Otway Lighthouse, another steamer, the City of Rayville, goes up with a boom. Her crew are rescued and towed in their boats to the small town of Apollo Bay. It's the first American ship to be sunk in the Second World War. Then there was the tiny 1,050-ton coastal steamer Nimbin. She detonated and sank on December 5th. Then the big freighter Hertford on the 7th, which somehow survived the explosion. Clearly, something was up. Mines began to wash ashore along the southeastern Australian coast. Some even washed up in New Zealand. On November 8th, the Australian Navy began minesweeping operations and would end up finding or destroying 98 of the things. But one of the minesweepers, the Gurangi, was struck by a troop ship and lost with all 24 hands in the process. For Kruder and his men, it had been a coup. The daring raid had planted explosives right at the extreme edges of the British Empire. The Naval Board closed the Bass Strait, and it was a huge humiliation on the world stage. The mining of a British freighter and an American ship in Bass Strait, said the Daily Telegraph, is a final and disastrous proof of the inadequacy of our own coastal patrols. Why wasn't the enemy minefield in Bass Strait discovered until after 2 valuable ships had been lost? It would take 5 more years for the mines dropped by Passat and Penguin to be entirely cleared, and while Australian newspapers contemplated the consequences of the raid, the Penguin and the Passat had already made good their escape. In the closing months of 1940, morale on board the German ships was surging. The 2 raiders had met up mid-ocean off the West Australian coast and celebrated. Grand Admiral Eric Raeder awarded more than 50 Iron Crosses for the operation. But still, the war dragged on, and Kruder had to plan his next steps. His eyes had shifted further south on his charts, towards Antarctica. Remote waters, to be sure, but full of whaling vessels harvesting crucial oil. The Germans had a strong dependence on whale oil. It was the most economical fat for margarine production, it was an effective machine lubricant, and it was a vital component in manufacturing explosives, where it was processed into glycerin. While Penguin had undergone mid-ocean maintenance on her engines, the 2 raiders hunted together in the Indian Ocean, and throughout November they managed to capture and sink 4 more freighters for a total of 35,000 tons. One of Penguin's prey, the Maimoa, had fired back and run to escape, damaging the only Heinkel seaplane left and even sending off an urgent raider warning on its wireless. Maimoa was caught and sunk after the crew were taken off. The German crew were very impressed by the British ship's show of force. Kruder, however, must have been dismayed at the radio communication. Unbeknownst to him, the big, heavy cruiser, HMAS Canberra, had made steam immediately to investigate. While she was bearing down on Penguin, another raider warning came through. The Germans had found a freighter, the Port Brisbane, and shelled it into submission. Altering course, Canberra roared in, but she was too late. She found only shipwrecked crew and lifeboats, and the Germans had escaped once again. After that, Kruder had known it would be unwise to loiter. He made first for South Africa. There, Penguin encountered Port Brisbane's sister ship, the Port Wellington, which was set afire by the raiders' guns and abandoned. By then, the Penguin and the Passat, since named back to Storstad, had more than 400 prisoners between them, so Kruder decided to send Storstad back to Germany. A highlight of late 1940 had been a quick rendezvous with Penguin's sister raider, the Atlantis, where, after celebratory feasts, Kruder was given invaluable charts of Antarctic waters. Penguin set off alone for the icy south. Atlantis pressed on for her own mission, and Storstad chugged slowly back to Germany, her holds stuffed with miserable Allied sailors in very poor conditions. By December 1940, Penguin had reached Antarctica, and the black-hulled ship was surrounded by towering icebergs. A message from Naval High Command informed Kruder of a British-chartered Norwegian whaling fleet, which had over a dozen whalers and factory ships combing the waters for whales. On Christmas Eve, Kruder learned he had been awarded the Knight's Cross, but there was no time to celebrate. Penguin was stalking her prey. With signals from the whaling fleet itself guiding her, Penguin maneuvered north to cut off any viable escape route. This would be an attack on the far side of the world, unimaginably distant from the roaring battlefields of North Africa and the aerial bombings of European cities.
They're all fake.
But still, Kruder knew he had to bide his time. There could be only one shot at this attack. A decisive blow could destroy the entire Norwegian whaling fleet in one fell
they're all
swoop.
fake.
Soon, the skipper learned that the factory ship Pelagos was nearly out of fuel, and the Orloega's whale oil tanks were full, meaning both
what?
needed a
I guess
tanker to
not.
resupply them. At first, Kruder feared
then I
that
just
the
got lucky
chosen
now.
vessel would be a pesky neutral American ship, but to his relief, it was just a Norwegian tanker, the Solglimt. Encloaked in the fog banks, Penguin awaited Solglimt's arrival for over a week, and finally, on January 13th, 1941, the tanker arrived and tied up beside the Orlovega. The time had come. Penguin's approach was masked by snow squalls. Like a prowling wolf, she lunged. In the murky darkness of night, the Norwegian crews were shocked to see a blacked-out ship emerge from nowhere, spotlights suddenly beaming and demanding surrender. With the factory ships and the tanker secure, Penguin's crew could make an attempt on the whalers themselves. Oberleutnant Hans Karl Hemmer went out with some men in a boat to take them silently, one by one. We motored up to the first boat, he said, naturally the slowest one, rushed on board and up the ladder to the captain's room, pulled my pistol and flashlight, and was met by the sight of a man sleeping in his woolly underwear and snoring in a fug you could cut. I shook the man by the shoulders and rasped out my ditty in a broken voice. The result was staggering. He grunted and turned over. That nearly disarmed me. Just imagine how surprised that captain should have been at suddenly seeing a German officer. The Norwegians' sleepy complacency aside, the operation was a success. By the 15th, Penguin had captured 14 ships, including 3 factory vessels and 11 whalers. Kruder's accomplishment was incredible. In a single swoop, he had seized over 20,000 tons of whale oil worth more than $4 million. That, and he had captured almost an entire fleet of boats and ships that could each be converted for use as auxiliary raiders themselves. The big factory ship Pelagos and the tanker Solglimt were manned with German crew and set off for Bordeaux, but the rest of the whalers and the factory ship Orlovega needed more men and fuel than the Penguin had to spare. February saw Penguin rendezvous with the supply vessel Austertor, and then the newer raider Cormoran. By April, she was mid-Indian Ocean, joined by one of the whalers she'd captured, now renamed Adjutant. Now, with his ship restocked with fresh mines, Kruder planned a repeat of his Australian mine-laying operation, this time focused on the busy waters off Karachi and Bombay. Life on board had become slightly boring in the Indian Ocean, since most Allied ships were far more cautious of the German raiders.
I'm as tall as you,
kept close to the
motherfucker.
coastlines under air cover or travelled
God
in convoys
damn.
protected by the Royal Navy.
Bullshit.
Kruder knew that he needed a third ship
Gaslighted
to
me.
pull off his ambitious mine-laying operation, so he went shopping for ships the best way he knew how. Penguin stalked the Indian Ocean off the Seychelles disguised as the Norwegian freighter Tamerlan, and he did catch one freighter, but in the brief action to secure it, her steering engine was destroyed, so Kruder had the ship sunk instead. Then, on April 27th, it happened again. The freighter Clan Buchanan was shelled into surrender, but its steering was too badly damaged, so she too was scuttled instead. Kruder still didn't have his third mine layer. Worse still though, Clan Buchanan had fired off a radar warning before her wireless went dead. Kruder's signals officer thought the messages couldn't have been received, either for distance or the weakness of the transmission, but he was wrong. As Kruder plotted his next move, he had made a fatal mistake. British warships were bearing down on his position at full speed. The distress calls had been received. From the base at Colombo rushed the New Zealand light cruiser Leander. From Mombasa came the British aircraft carrier Eagle, the light cruiser Hawkins, and then the heavy cruiser HMS Cornwall. Blissfully unaware, Kruder motored the Penguin toward the Arabian coast in pursuit of his next victim. At dawn, on May 7th, the raider spotted the small tanker British Emperor and immediately opened fire. Flames swallowed the Emperor's decks, but amid the inferno, the ship's radio operator remained at his post, executing his final duty. He managed to broadcast another distress call, and as the burning ship sank, it was an urgent plea that did not fall on deaf ears. Captain Manwaring of HMS Cornwall made haste charging his big cruiser 500 miles north into the night. Just after dawn the next morning, Penguin's men heard the drone of a lone aircraft. Kruder made it out to be a British Walrus seaplane. He knew that if he turned to run, it would all but confirm his vessel's identity. He pressed on as if nothing were amiss. Tensions on board, however, ran high. On this day, recalled one of Penguin's prisoners, we gathered from the amount of activity around the decks that something unusual was happening. At lunchtime, this became so obvious, as our famous soup had no salt in it. Also, the prison guard outside our cell was dressed in his best and had his life belt and gas mask handy. Meanwhile, the Walrus reported on the lone freighter flying Norwegian colours. The pilot had signalled "What ship?" and in a classic ruse, Kruder had ordered the reply "Tamerlan" to be slow and awkward in the fashion of a sloppy civilian crew, but Kruder had made a huge misjudgment. The real Tamerlan was manned by a highly skilled crew from the Wilhelmsen line. They'd never have made such a hash of it. Captain Manwaring on Cornwall knew this was it. His ship zeroed in for the kill. From Penguin's lookouts came the excited cry, smoke on the horizon. Eventually, the sharp lines of a cruiser were clearly visible, and Kruder knew he had to surrender or stand and fight. Fighting wasn't really much of a viable option though. Penguin was loaded with 130 mines. A single hit would destroy Penguin, but as the cruiser drew closer, Kruder knew his time was running out. Cornwall neared the suspicious freighter and asked for her identity. In Penguin, Kruder knew how an allied ship would respond, so he signalled the ship's name, Tamerlan, then threw a wrench into the works by broadcasting the radar warning, QQQQ. This had caused some anxiety aboard Cornwall. Maybe this was, after all, just a Norwegian ship and not a German raider. But still, Cornwall came closer and closer. There was no time left. Kruder snapped the Kriegsmarine's ensign up the mast, and it was showtime. After sinking 136,550 gross registered tons, came an urgent radio call from Penguin, and obtaining excellent mine results, am now engaged with British heavy cruiser Cornwall. This was to be a farewell message. Penguin shot first, her guns clattering out of their concealed positions and sending shells out with a boom. But at over 7 kilometers distance, the fire was inaccurate and erratic. Still, a couple of shots landed with slight effect. Then Cornwall came around to fire her own broadside, her 4 twinned 8-inch guns looming ominously, but then disaster struck. Cornwall's circuitry played up, so she couldn't move her turrets. Penguin began to pepper her with artillery fire, but Cornwall couldn't answer back. She had to run, with, as her skipper put it, her guns pointing anywhere but at the enemy. Cornwall was trying to disengage, and her men worked furiously at the circuitry as a spread of torpedoes came from Penguin. The Walrus, meanwhile, still zooming up above, radioed a warning, so Manwaring was able to thread his ship through the danger. After 7 minutes of hard work, the guns were back online, and Cornwall's 8-inch rifles began to land hits around Penguin and nipped at her masts and antenna. Kruder knew it was already over. Cornwall could outgun and outrange him with ease. He ordered a halt to the returning fire, the prisoners freed, and his ship scuttled. But Cornwall had no idea. Her enthusiastic artillery officers sent shot after shot at the raider, and finally, at 5:25 p.m, a salvo ripped through the afternoon haze, sailing right into Penguin's gut. 1 or more 8-inch shells found the magazines, and Penguin erupted as the enormous detonation tore her hull apart. The whole ship, said Cornwall's skipper, disappeared in a thick white cloud, which also rose vertically at least 2,000 feet and hung as a cloud for many minutes afterwards. Penguin, scourge of the Indian Ocean and the Antarctic, was gone. As Penguin lurched and what remained of her hull was dragged down below, it turned out that one of the German officers had already unlocked the pens holding the majority of its prisoners. It was a valiant act which had saved lives, but still only a small group would be left alive and kicking on the surface. Cornwall, meanwhile, couldn't stop to help. Her malfunctioning electricals had shut off the engine room and stokehold ventilation, and the temperatures down there soared to an excess of 90 degrees Celsius or 194 Fahrenheit. One man died of heat stroke, so as the ship sped on at full speed, unable to stop or slow, her men simply threw floats and life preservers over the side. Finally, the crew managed to get their ship under control and the fans back up and running. Cornwall came to a stop and dragged the beleaguered survivors from the water. Just one man had been killed on Cornwall in the engagement, but Penguin had suffered badly. Some 323 of the 400 Germans had died, among them Captain Kruder, who was last seen standing on the bridge before the explosion, which had evaporated almost half of the structure and killed him and the other senior officers instantly. 238 prisoners had died as well. Around 24 were pulled alive from the water. It was a tragic, dramatic end to the Penguin saga, a voyage that had seen this humble freighter terrorize the Australian coast and seize or sink 32 vessels for a total of 154,619 tons of Allied shipping. Penguin was the first German raider to be knocked out of the war. Her men were herded into POW camps, where they would see out the rest of the conflict. It had been an incredible voyage, one filled with good fortune and good hunting, but for Kruder's missteps at the end, Penguin may well have escaped and lived on to terrorize Allied shipping for many more months. But Penguin's demise still left the oceans replete with plenty of German raiders. Elsewhere, in the Indian Ocean hunted the Orion and the Comet. In the Atlantic, Cormoran, Thor and Atlantis chased down Allied ships with brute efficiency. There were still 4 long years of war to come, and Germany's raiders still had much more damage to inflict yet.
God, I hate this fucking slowing poison. It's so fucking annoying. Jesus. I just want to get the grind done so I can go to the bathroom, grab something to eat. Not at the same time, obviously, because I need to go to the kitchen to grab something to eat, but you know, I need to go to the bathroom as well. Oh shit. .2 seconds, Jesus. Oh, I forgot the fucking... It doesn't even do that much damage, to be honest. If it crits, I guess.
It's somewhere in the middle of the South Pacific Ocean on a scorching hot day, and the crew of a British steamship are plodding their way to Australia at a paltry 9 knots. Their ship is a utilitarian rust bucket, but it's not without its comforts. In the master's cabin is a fine bottle of cognac he enjoys small glasses from with his dinner. From on high, his lookout calls out, "A ship!" the first they've seen for days. There's a sense of alarm. These waters are swarming with raiders and cruisers hunting Allied vessels down and destroying them, not to mention the U-boats from below. But then there's relief when the lookout reports the spread canvas of a clipper under sail, flying a friendly flag to boot. A sailing ship on the Indian Ocean wasn't an unusual sight in 1917, but they too made for tempting prey for German raiders. The pair close in to signalling distance, but just when the British ship begins to hail the stranger, the Norwegian flag comes down and the German battle flag rushes up in its place. Confused, bewildered really, the captain suddenly spies the sun sparkling off the ends of big guns that have suddenly come out of nowhere, and they're pointed right at him. After a short while, the captain and his crew have been ordered into a lifeboat and they make their way over to the strange sailing ship and up a rope ladder. There, the British captain comes face to face with a barrel-chested German chewing a pipe with a broad grin. "Welcome," he says in perfect English, "and my condolences." The sailor hands him a glass of cognac fetched from his cabin. On the man's tally cap ribbon is the name SMS Sayadler, one of the strangest warships in history. You may be familiar with the saying that truth is stranger than fiction. Never before has it felt more relevant than the story of Count Felix von Luckner, captain of the Kaiser's pirates during the First World War, who would command the last sailing ship to ever be used in combat, leaving a trail of captured vessels in his wake. This was a man whose captivating and often far-fetched sounding stories of modern-era buccaneering captured the imaginations and hearts of those who met him. Often remembered as a lovable rogue and described as radiating personality, Luckner's ability to spin a tale and his stories of wartime swashbuckling meant for a time he was even idolized as a popular figure. For many, he represented a bygone era where sailing ships still ruled the seas, a romantic image at a time when mechanized death was being dealt indiscriminately every day on the Western Front. For 225 days, the sailing ship Sayadla was set loose hunting Allied shipping with one of history's most effective disguises. With over a dozen enemy ships captured and sunk, Sayadla's story is one of the all-time greats, and so too is that of her captain. From daring island escapes and kangaroo hunting to supposedly being saved from drowning by an albatross, ladies and gentlemen, I'm your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs. This is the story of the Sea Eagle, SMS Sayadla, and her outlandish captain. (1917). The woes and the horrors of the trenches are a world away. Here, out on the ocean, there's no thunderous artillery fire or deadly shrapnel, only the squawking of gulls and the rustle of the sails as they billow in the breeze. It's a fine way to spend a war. Standing on the quarterdeck, beaming with pride, is a stout figure with a broad face and a Roman nose. He exudes authority, and his starched collar, peak cap, and brass-buttoned jacket with braid could only belong to the captain of a great ship. His name is Felix von Luckner, a German aristocrat, an adventurer, and already, at the age of 36, he's seen more of the world than most ever could. He's in command of the strangest ship in the Kaiser's navy, a raider designed to lure in enemy vessels before springing a surprise trap. He and his men have got very good at it. They even enjoy crafting disguises in their spare time, and their vessel has become an efficient warship in her own right. Luckner was the perfect man for the job. A rakish, dashing adventurer type for one, but an incredibly experienced hand at sail ships to boot. His rise through the ranks, though, had not been easy. He was born in Dresden in June 1881. As his name might suggest, Count von Luckner came from a distinguished background. His great-grandfather was the commander of the Luckner Hussars, as well as a Marshal of France, ultimately facing the guillotine during the French Revolution. His grandfather, and his father too, had impressive military backgrounds, but Felix was not a man who enjoyed the traditional lifestyle of a nobleman. Instead, he dreamt of a life of adventure. Coming from a long line of cavalrymen, it would be natural to assume that the youngest von Luckner would follow the same path. In fact, that's exactly what his family expected of him. But the young Felix was inexplicably drawn to the ocean. He spent his school days more focused on playing sports and scrapping with his classmates than academia, all the while never quite losing sight of his secret wish to take to the seas. Much to the disdain of his aristocratic hussar officer father, he was determined to defy his background and become a naval officer instead.
How do I enable
shit?
He
ran away from his family estate in Saxony in 1894 when he was just 13 years old to pursue his dream. Felix was big for his age, and he was able to pass for an older lad in need of a job. Or so he hoped. He grabbed some of his father's clothing, along with his boyhood savings, and made his way by train towards the coast, where he reached the port of Hamburg. He had vowed that he would only return home when wearing the Emperor's naval uniform with honor. He went from ship to ship offering his services, but each time he was turned away because he lacked the necessary papers. It was starting to look like his dream might be over before it had actually even begun. But then the young runaway met a certain Peter Boehmer, a kindly old sailor. After being unable to persuade Felix to go back to his parents, he helped him secure a spot as a cabin boy aboard a Russian square rigger bound for Australia. Unsurprisingly, life at sea in the late 1800s was not easy, though von Luckner seemed to take it all in his stride. He assumed the name Felix Leudiger to distance himself from his prestigious lineage and any subsequent special treatment or resentment it might bring, determined to prove himself on his own merit instead. He would have to work his own way up. His day-to-day life on board ship was quite literally miles away from his comfortable upbringing in Saxony. Starting at the very bottom, he was lumped with all the most undesirable jobs, like cleaning out the pigsties, and received no pay for his efforts. On top of all of that, he was largely unable to actually communicate with the rest of the crew thanks to the language barrier. And all the while, he was gaining valuable knowledge of sailing. It was during these initial years at sea that the first of von Luckner's more unbelievable escapades would occur. The story goes like this. While his ship, the Niobe, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, she encountered a storm that flung the young Felix overboard. He fell from a height of around 27 meters, that's 88 feet, from where he'd been unfurling the canvas, a fall that could well have been fatal had he hit the deck instead of the water. But the danger was far from over. Caught in the turbulent sea, he was drifting further from the ship and the captain refused to send out a lifeboat. Struggling to keep afloat, the waves high, quickly losing sight of the Niobe, there was little Felix could do. The water was too strong to swim against, and there was still no sign of any help. Flailing desperately in roiling swells, Felix suddenly felt his hand grabbed by something. The talons of an albatross, one of the massive birds who'd been circling above him, observing the unusual scene. He clung on as the albatross beat its great wings, pecking viciously at his hands and attempting to fly off, but still, Felix wouldn't let go. At last, help arrived. A boat was launched after one of the senior crew defied the captain, supposedly guided to Luckner's location by the sight of a group of circling birds above. It's a great story. Luckner liked telling those, but it doesn't take an expert avian behaviorist to determine this one's more than a little unlikely. Still, the party made it to Fremantle, Australia, where von Luckner decided to part ways with the Niobe and embarked on a number of increasingly obscure odd jobs, starting out selling magazines for the Salvation Army before trying his hand as a professional boxer, circus worker, an assistant lighthouse keeper, and a kangaroo hunter. But Felix wouldn't be able to resist the call of the ocean for long. He'd go on to undertake a series of unbelievable adventures that would take him all over the globe, during a short time in a Chilean jail for drunkenly stealing pigs while on shore leave, then another theft charge, this time for a fishing boat in Vancouver, which was taken under the romantic notion of getting to be his own master, and finally, according to him at least, narrowly escaping a psychopathic serial killer in Honolulu, just to name a few. He dodged death left and right. After 285 days at sea aboard a British four-master, von Luckner would survive scurvy when the ship ran out of fresh food. He broke both his legs and survived a ship sinking. Then there was the time a rogue beam snapped his leg and left him stranded in Jamaica with no money to pay his medical bills, his ship having sailed away without him. Here, a chance encounter with the German warship SMS Panther saw his luck change. Taking pity on the youth, the crew of the Panther offered him food and clothing and helped him get a job as a dock inspector, ultimately enabling him to return to Germany. By this point, he'd been away from home for 7 years. In fact, a quick search through the Almanach de Gotha, the annual directory of European royalty and nobility, showed him as being officially listed as missing. But he wasn't quite ready to relieve his parents' worries just yet. He'd earned himself enough money to get back to Germany, not to go home, but to try and obtain the education he needed to join the Imperial Navy. Felix enrolled at Lübeck Navigation College, where he obtained his mate's certificate and went on to enter the Navy as a volunteer to continue his studies. After a year, finally, long-lost son could return to his parents as a fully qualified naval lieutenant. He'd done what he set out to do. During the next few years, he served on a small number of ships and drew media attention, as well as the attention of Kaiser Wilhelm II, by saving a number of people from drowning. But while the young von Luckner was making out a name for himself, all the while tensions were growing across Europe, and the threat of war was looming ever closer. The early 1900s were a time of rapid innovation and change, where new weapons and significant technological advances would render many pre-war military tactics obsolete. A number of new challenges to naval warfare were posed by the introduction of submarines, mines, and coastal artillery. The landscape of war would be forever altered, and the scale of destruction that would follow had never been seen before. In the years leading up to the First World War, Britain and Germany had been caught up in an intense naval arms race. The Royal Navy already boasted superior numbers and were beginning to focus on modernising their fleet, introducing the first of the dreadnought battleships in 1906, a warship class faster than any of its size in the world and equipped with multiple, fearsome, long-range guns. In response, Germany would also try to build larger, faster, and more powerful ships, and the two great superpowers were locked into a game of one-upsmanship that itself threatened to throw gasoline over the already smouldering tensions. Throughout the entirety of the war, Germany would be faced with a formidable enemy in the form of the British Royal Navy. then recognized as the most powerful and extensive fleet in the world. The Royal Navy's superior numbers meant there was little advantage in them launching a direct attack. They already held control of the sea. For Germany, outnumbered as they were, an aggressive surface fleet naval strategy just wasn't a viable option. Directly from the outbreak of the war in the summer of 1914, a distant blockade was established by the Royal Navy. This was the beginning of what would be an incredibly effective long-term strategy of economic warfare. By blocking the flow of supplies like critical mineral ore from reaching the Germans, British could put immense strain on enemy forces.
Which auras I need, dude, for the... I think it's just
across the North
this one. I
Sea
just don't
and
know how
English
to
Channel.
activate
This
it.
blockade meant that Germany was effectively cut off from obtaining supplies and left economically isolated. Though Germany was, theoretically at least, still permitted to trade with neutral countries, British would increasingly widen the definition of what cargo would fall under contraband until effectively all commodities were deemed to be against policy, including food. During 1915 alone, over 3,000 vessels were stopped and inspected by British patrols, and trade was at a standstill. It resulted in widespread hunger that would kill nearly 500,000 people. If they didn't hit on an effective response, Germany would be starved out of the war. Von Luckner was 33 when the war broke out. He'd been serving at the time on SMS Panther, the very ship that had been his salvation back when he'd been stranded.
It's kind of cool though, because it's like Raiders in 1917.
First at the Battle of
The dude's like literally using a sailing ship for crying out loud.
Month when a British squadron ambushed a German force and wreaked absolute havoc. For the most part, though, both sides would avoid direct confrontation at sea throughout the war. The bulk of the German fleet had been aimed into German ports, unable to interfere with Britain's trade routes. The German Navy was unable to challenge Britain's naval blockade without incurring significant losses to its surface fleet. But then, in 1916, they would attempt to break the blockade by luring the British out and destroying them. The Battle of Jutland was the biggest and only major naval conflict of World War I. Von Luckner was stationed on the SMS Kronprinz, a dreadnought battleship, as a turret officer. He was one of the lucky ones. Kronprinz survived the battle unscathed, with no loss of life, despite being part of the Imperial Navy's vanguard during the attack. Though the British would ultimately lose more ships than the Germans at Jutland, they retained their command of the seas and were better equipped to replace the ships they'd lost than the Germans were. Despite claiming a victory, Germany would not attempt a similar attack again. Outnumbered by the British fleet, it looked like the Imperial German Navy's best hope of retaliation was
going
to
on,
turn
Marvin?
to a different tactic: commerce raiding. The basic principle of this strategy was to interfere with trade by intercepting and destroying cargo bound for the Allied nations. The Imperial Navy would make use of any available surface vessels during what they called a Handelskrieg, commerce war, including cruisers, as well as converted liners, freighters, and submarines.
Yeah, I've been a bit sick lately.
Was deadly
Last couple of days.
Since 1914, Germany had already been wreaking havoc of their own. 3 years into the war, U-boats would destroy as much as 30% of the world's merchant vessels. They were as stealthy as they were deadly. Capable of slipping through the water more or less undetected, ready to strike from the deep, their reputation as fearsome hunters was very much deserved. But the early U-boats had their drawbacks. Their fuel capacity was small, and therefore so was their range. Ships were quick to run from U-boats if they spotted them, and the element of surprise approach meant that attacks were particularly aggressive and led to many casualties. Torpedoes were fired without warning. There was no opportunity for a U-boat's victims to surrender, no attempts made to rescue a merchant crew before sinking their ship. This campaign of unrestricted submarine warfare was, to understate it, not a great look for Germany on the international stage. Never was this more apparent than with the sinking of the RMS Lusitania by U-20 on May 7, 1915. This huge loss of civilian
Warlock's
life
doing well.
and a prompted attack massively turned public opinion against Germany, especially in the United States. This was the kind of horrifying, indiscriminate death that new technology
need
had
gear.
brought to the world.
I'm still in communal.
And it was shocking. But by contrast, surface raiders operated under traditional prize rules. They would offer a more propaganda-friendly option while still putting pressure on Britain by limiting their access to essential supplies. Prize rules protected passenger ships and preserved civilian life. It relied, often, on surprise. A raider would pretend
Surprise,
to be a friendly
motherfucker.
ship or a neutral one.
French fries,
to
motherfucker.
exchange news and mail, and then drop the disguise, hoist the Imperial ensign flag, and demand surrender. Unlike U-boats, surface raider crews had to give warning before an attempt to capture a vessel, and merchant ships, along with their cargo, could only be sunk after their crews had first been taken off to a place of safety. Early on in the war, U-boats had tried to do this, but because they were so small and ungainly on the surface, merchant ships had either run away or, most worryingly of all, tried to run them down and ram them. Germany's major shipping lines had a number of fast ocean liners and freighters capable of outspeeding many of the larger warships of the enemy's navies. As hostilities broke out, these liners were turned over to the Kaiserliche Marine and converted to auxiliary cruisers to be used for military service. Arguably one of the most well-known, and certainly one of the most successful, was the Merwe, a converted freighter disguised as a neutral cargo ship that would take down 40 ships throughout the war. The Imperial German Navy would rely heavily on its merchant raiders. The outcome of the Commerce War alone wouldn't be enough to win the conflict.
I've been playing a Chinese game.
The captains of merchant ships on all oceans forced the Entente.
It's like a little bit like
warships and escort duties, and it stretched their great fleets across thousands and
Songs of
thousands miles
Six.
of ocean.
But you probably won't know what that is.
Merchant raiders would need to become
People
masters
want
of
to
disguise
compare it
lure in
to
unsuspecting prey.
RimWorld, but it's nothing like
Most
RimWorld.
importantly of
It's
all,
not
they'd
like
have to operate in
RimWorld's like a
stretches of water without the guarantee of frequent refueling.
RimWorld's a colony simulator, right? This is like a city simulator, but in
to operate completely independently
sort of like RimWorld
of the rest
type.
of the Navy, to take risks where they needed to. The ships themselves would
You
have
can
to be
fight,
so
you can
run-of-the-mill,
etc.
so ordinary looking,
But
as to not arouse suspicion at all.
You don't have like 12
And,
guys, you've got,
SMS,
1,200, right?
A little ironically, the Seadler, or Sea Eagle,
Not the
first
same
start
thing.
on the enemy side, being built in Glasgow, Scotland. She was 245 feet long, a three-masted sailing ship, first launched in 1888 under the name Pass of Balmaha. Acquired by the US in 1914, she sailed temporarily under the then-neutral flag before being captured twice. First was by the British liner turned cruiser Victorian. She intercepted the Pass of Balmaha while she was en route to Russia carrying an Allied cargo of cotton. By this point in the war, Britain was very much on edge, suspicious of every vessel that neared the blockade. They even began to suspect their own. Despite her neutral flag, the still-hulled sailing ship was intercepted and ordered to proceed to the Orkney Islands in Scotland for an in-depth inspection. The British prize crew went on board to oversee the journey, but only 3 days later the ship was ordered to stop by a German submarine, U-36. Now they were rerouted to Cuxhaven in Germany. Naturally, the original American crew weren't too happy with the Brits for landing them in this situation, and the British crew were locked up in the hold all the way to Germany. Once there, the Americans were allowed to return home to the US, and the British were taken as prisoners of war. Meanwhile, the Pass of Balmaha was now the property of the German government. Under the German Navy, she would be rechristened Seadler and repurposed as a merchant raider, one of the strangest in history. Of course, compared to the modern warships of World War I, a Seadler was ridiculously outdated. Sail hadn't been used seriously in warfare for almost a century. In fact, she was one of the last sailing ships to ever be used in action by a major naval power. At a time when 16-inch guns could deal death out to miles away, steel behemoths could roar through the ocean in excess of 23 knots, and armoured citadels could deflect shots on a warship's side from gunfire that would have destroyed a ship only 50 years prior. Just how exactly was a 19th century clipper supposed to hold her own? Well, Seadler's quaint antiquarian charm actually turned out to be her greatest asset. Neutrality laws stated that belligerent ships couldn't stay long enough in neutral ports to actually stock up on sufficient coal, and Germany's own colonial ports were too spread out to reach without first needing to bunker coal again in the first place. Plus, it was more than likely that even if a ship managed to reach one of those colonial ports, the British would have blockaded access. These raiders were therefore limited in their range. The very power, speed, and size of these steamships was, in a way, their downfall. The Germans needed another option. What if they were to use a ship that didn't always need to rely on coal to power herself? Something that wouldn't have to rely on regular resupply, that could slip through the blockade without drawing too much attention to herself. The idea of using a sailing ship as a raider seemed completely ridiculous at first, but it would also be the last thing that the enemy would suspect. It could well be an idea so absurd that it just might work. Now, they just needed to find the right man for the job. Enter our old friend.
Who's the
Felix
craziest
von
dude
Luckner.
we got?
He was a figure that was impossible not to notice, even among the tens of thousands of talented young men who made up the officer corps of the Kaiser's navy. Von Luckner had long been a natural showman, a sailor of imposing stature, even in his youth, and he possessed impressive strength. He was
Bro, his name is literally Von Luckner. Come on.
Have been in the habit of bending coins and tearing telephone books in two with his bare hands to showcase that strength. His penchant for regaling anyone who would listen with his adventurous stories had made von Luckner a prominent figure in the Kaiser's court. But it was his proficiency in magic tricks, picked up during his years of working odd jobs, that caught the attention of the Kaiser himself and won his favour. No doubt his aristocratic background helped open doors too, even if he wasn't that keen to admit the fact. Planners seized upon him. He'd become fluent in Norwegian during a stint on a Nordic sailing ship early in his career. Norway was a neutral party in the war, meaning they would be free to trade, and von Luckner could affect a Norwegian disguise with an air of authenticity. But most importantly, of all the available German naval officers, few had seen extensive experience aboard large sailing ships. Most of them had now come up through the ranks on pre-dreadnought battleships and cruisers, which, for the last 50 years or so, had been coal-fired. And there, standing among the bunch, was von Luckner, who had instead started out on the exact kind of clipper ship he was being considered for command. He was just the right man at just the right time. He was given his orders, and he took command of the Sea Eagle. As crazy as it sounded, an inconspicuous windjammer that could weave its way through the blockade was in itself an effective disguise. The ingenuity of the plan went beyond that, though. Disguise was one thing, but Seeadler would need some special modifications to truly become a warship in the Kaiser's navy. Reminiscent of a child's fantasy of what a warship should be, the fully rigged vessel was given 1,000 horsepower auxiliary engines so that raids could go on even in the absence of wind, and a getaway could be made even if the breeze wasn't up. She was no speed, managing only around 9 knots with her engine alone, but in a stiff breeze with just the right conditions, she might be able to make upwards of around 12 to 15. Then the Hunter was given her teeth, twin 105mm guns, cleverly hidden, as well as 2 machine guns and a large arsenal of Mauser rifles below deck. Secret passageways, fitted seamlessly into the ship's Baroque woodwork, allowed for Marines to rush out on deck at a moment's notice. Making use of the secret panels and trick doors, the ship also hid expanded crew quarters to accommodate the extra-large 64-man crew, along with room for up to 400 prisoners. That way, in case the ship was boarded for inspection, she could still pass as an unassuming cargo ship. The newly converted Seeadler had all the beauty of a classic tall ship. Her innocent appearance disguised the fact that she was a true auxiliary cruiser. She could never hope to win a gun battle with anything larger than a small coastal patrol boat. If von Luckner played his cards right and made all the right judgment calls, she wouldn't have to. Seeadler would need to pass as a Norwegian cargo ship. To sell the lie, she was equipped with hardware like chronometer and barometer, correctly lettered in Norwegian. Finally, a false cargo of Scandinavian lumber would serve a dual purpose, shielding the hatches leading down to the combat crew and prisoners from view of potential search parties, but also providing a convenient explanation for Seeadler's presence in unfriendly waters. Then there came the crew. Luckner's men fully embraced their new roles as neutral Norwegians, many of them having been specifically selected based on their proficiency in the language. Each received new identity papers, wore Nordic clothing, and they grew out their beards in the manner that Norwegians were known to prefer. Meanwhile, in the quest for even more authenticity, Captain von Luckner would swap out the narrow stem pipe that he was rarely ever seen without, and instead, he chewed Norwegian tobacco. His peaked mariner's cap was replaced with a rain hat that he pulled down low over his face. The captain asserted that the British had a tendency to be excessively polite to women. So one sailor, minus his beard, would even don a wig and a dress in order to impersonate the skipper's wife, as a fantastical form of distraction should the Seeadler ever be boarded. For good measure, portraits of the King and Queen of Norway were hung in Luckner's cabin. This obsessive attention to detail, it was hoped, would fool even the most suspicious of investigators.
Oh, I'm dead.
Finally, German spies had the perfect fake identity for his ship. A Norwegian clipper, the Maletta, was her spitting image, bound for Copenhagen at around the same time Seeadler would be leaving. Von Luckner later said that he himself snuck off to the dock where the real Maleta was loading cargo, cut her mooring lines in the dead of night, and, in the confusion, stole the ship's logbook. By late 1916, they were ready. Luckner, his 6 officers and 57 men must have looked a bizarre sight in Bremerhaven, truly a motley crew with their unkempt beards, chewing tobacco, and ragtag uniforms, all in stark contrast to the immaculate blue coats they'd worn just a few weeks earlier. But most strange of all was their ship. All was ready, but then came an unexpected holdup. A celebrity German submarine, an oddity operated not by the Navy but to run cargo through the blockade under the ownership of the North German Lloyd Line, and called the Deutschland, was returning triumphantly to Germany, and the British would be watching closer. The so-called Maleta would have to wait for its chance to escape, but by that point, 3 full weeks later, the real Maleta had already left, and she was already thousands of miles away. Von Luckner would have to pick an entirely new identity and alter the logbook to suit. But then, the next ship whose name he'd picked was seized by the Royal Navy. Frustrated, he settled on an entirely made-up name, Hero, and ordered the crew to smash the ship's portholes, windows, railings, and fittings, and then to patch it all up again. It would look, to inspecting British ships, like the sailing ship had gone through a hell of a storm. If the logbook was blotchy, water-stained, and difficult to read, then it could all be explained. Seeadler finally slipped out of harbour on December 21st, 1916, bound for the open ocean. To get there, she'd need to run through the Allied blockade. To begin with, Luckner had to take his strange ship through a known minefield. He put up every stitch of canvas and had Seeadler heeled right over onto her beam ends so she could happily glide over the mines. Then they blundered straight into a terrific blow that gave the ship a good hammering. Fortunately, it would give credence to the water-stained and ruined logbook. Just a few days later, on Christmas Day, 180 miles southeast of Iceland, a smudge of smoke was spotted on the horizon. It materialized into a big ship that was flying the white ensign of the Royal Navy, a warship. This was it. Either disguise would work, or Luckner and his men would have to spend the rest of the war in a POW camp.
I know, right?
Up went the Norwegian flag. Ragtag and moth-eaten oilskins were thrown on. Below, dozens of men waited armed to the teeth with their Mausers. At worst,
or looks down on it.
Even worse. Combat. The British warship came closer and revealed itself to be a converted passenger liner, now an auxiliary cruiser, HMS Avenger, with 6-inch guns trained on the sailing ship. A flurry of signal flags run up, the halyards ordering them to stop for inspection. Before long, a boarding party had scrambled aboard, and they searched every nook and cranny of the sailing ship. In the captain's cabin, a bad mess with papers strewn about, waterlogged from some bad recent storm, the captain's wife lay half asleep on the couch. The Norwegian ship's skipper, apparently named Knudsen, invited the officers for a drink, which they gladly accepted. Before long, the British declared the Hero's papers to be in order, made them well, and ordered the ship to wait for a signal before proceeding on.
Again, the captain's wife is a sailor, a dude dressed in a wig. Like,
with steam up again, Avenger.
Oh, hello, how are you? Like, yeah, bruh.
Made an unexpected turn toward the Hero, only to veer away at the last minute to reveal a dazzling array of flags at her stern, which read, Bon Voyage. With the blessings of the Royal Navy, Luckner and his men had got their ship through the blockade. The plan had worked perfectly. Von Luckner's Norwegian came in incredible handy because the inspecting British officer, it turned out, actually spoke the language and even chatted with him in it. It had been a close shave, but now Seeadler was free. With a stiff breeze filling her canvas, her men cheered as beer and schnapps was brought from below. It was Christmas after all, and it's difficult to imagine a more unusual way for a warship to begin its wartime cruise. But this was not a pleasure trip. There was a job to be done, so the Hero had to be transformed once more into a fighting ship. The 105mm guns were brought up from the holds and installed behind their fake panels, and then the entire load of lumber was just thrown over the side. It was time to do what the ship had set out to do, her entire reason for being. It was time to hunt. Over the coming weeks, Seeadler would prove to be an efficient hunter of Allied ships. The way these surface raids would go down was truly like something from a classic adventure novel. The Kaiser's pirates prowled the open ocean, scanning the horizon for a suitable victim. The common ruse was to signal for chronometer time, with time being an important
I love
part of
these videos,
navigation,
dude.
checking
I
the
really do.
timepiece against that
They're
of
just
another
cool.
ship
I would
was a
never do it
fairly
myself,
common
but it's
request,
awesome.
and certainly a good excuse to get in closer without raising suspicion.
I don't want to drown in a
Guns
box.
were in
you
position,
know?
but
Fuck
covered,
that.
as was the Seadler's name, veiled from sight by a canvas flap, and the harmlessly neutral Norwegian flag was on full display.
Like at least in a plane
International
crash, you
prize
die
rules
from
would dictate
impacts
that.
generally, right?
It was acceptable to sail under
Or you just
false
pass
colours.
out
The
from the
vessel's
fucking
true identity
lack of
must be
oxygen.
revealed before any shot
If it's
is
high
fired.
enough.
So, right as they were getting into point-blank range, up would go the German ensign, armed crewmen would emerge from below,
Yeah.
and the first warning shots over the bow were fired. Of course, merchant ships weren't typically armed, so once your vessel had been boarded by a crowd of unexpected Germans, there was little you could do but surrender. Around 2 weeks after she had slipped through the grasp of the British on Christmas Day, the Seadler took down her first.
I've been watching
victim,
Babylon 5
steamer
again.
Gladys Royal. It
Almost
seemed
through season
unbelievable
1.
that a last century tall ship could take down a steamer, and yet she did. Coming in close to request chronometer time, Seadler
Episode
opened
21.
fire across the steamer's bow and ordered her to stop. The captain was dazed. He and his men were taken off by one of their boats to board their captors, and the skipper, once meeting Luckner, simply shook his head and said, "You fooled me bloody well." That night, with a boom, explosive charges detonated in the hull, and Gladys Royal, loaded with hundreds of tons of coal, went down like a stone. She would just be the first of many. The very next afternoon, Seadler chanced upon another victim. This attack wasn't quite as straightforward. The steamship had no flag, and she displayed no name. What's more, she seemed absolutely determined to ignore the Seadler's signals. Maybe she was carrying some incredibly important cargo and simply refused to be distracted from her duty. Or maybe the suspicions were already raised from the off. Instead of heaving to when they signaled for information, she chose to aim straight at the Seadler
9-minute flight.
and refused to give way.
Rip. Okay, 9-minute flights. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna grab something to eat. I'll be back. Perfect timing. Okay. Yeah, that was good too. But this is like $5 indie game, right? Like, this isn't like some crazy production. Yeah, I forgot the name of it, but that was a fun game too. The whole martial art game, right?
This was blatantly
Fire-fu.
against the rules of the road at sea.
It was great.
That a steamer ship always
Forgot
has
its name,
right
though.
of way over a steamship,
Okay.
and of course a steamer can maneuver itself out of harm's way much more quickly. This one seemed determined to mow the little clipper ship down. Realizing that the steamer would not back down, von Luckner hastily
that's no longer
moved the
working.
sailor out of the freighter's path. This was their cue to drop a friendly act. Germany's ensign was hoisted, the crew shed their overcoats to reveal the Imperial Navy uniforms, and then the warning shots were fired. The ship turned to run. The crew
I mean, I went from
knowing that the Sayadler would not be able to keep up with her, they seized the opportunity to stop the ship
Here?
while she was still in close range.
all the way to here.
Sayadler's guns roared, this time straight into the steamer's hull.
So I
They
basically
had no
crossed
choice
the
but to
world.
give up. It turned out she was the steamship.
So yeah, it was 9
Lundy
minutes.
Island, and the captain, Bannister, had smoked Sayadler as suspicious from the start.
That doesn't usually
As if he
happen
hadn't already had enough
all that
surprises
often.
For one day, when the ship's master came aboard the Sayadler, he found himself confronted with a familiar face. As it turned out, Bannister's dogged determination not to surrender had been out of personal fear. This wasn't the first time he'd been captured, and the last time he'd been released on parole and the promise that he'd never return to sea. Now, right there in front of him was the Sayadler's medical officer who'd served on the very same cruiser that had captured him the last time. He'd been caught red-handed. Having broken his promise not to engage in any further war activity, he'd been petrified that being caught again would result in him meeting the noose. But von Luckner wasn't in the business of executions. In fact, he seemed to find this whole escapade amusing, and he simply sent Bannister down to the prisoners' quarters to join the others.
Now I'm flying here.
The British captain, perhaps dreading the hellish, damp bilge tank he was about to spend the next few weeks in, was likely pleasantly surprised by what he found instead. These prisoners' quarters were comfortable and luxurious. They were given plush bunks, provided with books, magazines, and a gramophone to help stave off boredom, and even enjoyed champagne dinners up on deck with the captain. Those who chose to help out with chores were rewarded a fair wage for their efforts. Plus, they didn't even have to stay in their quarters unless there was an active battle situation afoot. Most of the time, they were free to roam the ship, and even reportedly helped keep lookout for new targets on the promise that whoever spotted the next ship would bag themselves $50, courtesy of the captain. Sayadler's days in the North Atlantic had netted 2 valuable prizes. Now it was time to swing south, into the relatively narrow gap between Africa and the eastmost tip of Brazil. Ships bound for Australia, South Africa, or Argentina would need to pass through here, and Luckner felt pickings would be good. His instincts, it would be proved shortly, were absolutely right. The coming weeks would see Sayadler met with great success. Each time, the captured crew was transferred over to her, and they could do nothing but watch as their ship, along with their precious cargo, was sunk. They were prisoners, but to von Luckner and his men, they were also guests. The German skipper earned the nickname the Sea Devil during the war, but owing perhaps to his own notions of hospitality and chivalry, he would go out of his way to be welcoming and courteous to his guests. The truth was, von Luckner was a tragic Anglophile who used typically British phrases and loved spending time with the British officers aboard ship. Extraordinary photographs.
You see what I need to do to swallow?
Prisoners
So fucking
enjoying
annoying.
drinks in the sun as if they were on some kind of cruise instead. One captured British captain even referred to von Luckner as a gentleman of the high seas. For 10 days, no more ships were spotted after Gladys Royal and Lundy Island.
It really is.
Luckner may have thought his luck had just run out. But then they came. French sailing ship Charles Gounod on January 21st. And then the small 364-ton schooner the Perse, the big 3,000-ton French bark Antonin after a thrilling chase under sail, and then the 1,800-ton Italian sailing ship Buenos Aires after that.
And because I told you about it, I'm now thinking about it more, so it gets even harder.
1917, the coast of Argentina, Sayadler encountered a surprising quarry. Luckner couldn't
so
believe
annoying,
his
dude.
eyes. It was the old Pinmore, a four-masted English bark he'd gone to sea on as a youth.
Yeah, it's like...
That was
Because you're not
voice
supposed to
that
think
taught
about
him
swallowing,
many
right? You just
parts of
fucking
life
do
in the
that.
ocean.
But I have to
Also
think about it
provided
now.
home
And
for
when
his
I...
young runaway.
Yeah, it's...
So when the
The
Sayadler
less I
ran
think
down,
about it, the easier it
Pinmore's
goes.
crew had been
Like,
transferred over.
it's stupid.
Von Luckner
I
found himself
understand,
unable
right?
to resist one last
But-
trip down memory lane. He took a boat over to the
Trauma
captain's
responses
ship
work
and
that
tracked
way.
down his
Yeah.
old bunk,
Yeah.
along with the rail on which he'd carved his then name, Fairlax.
It's very
Voyager,
annoying.
all those years ago. Dwindling supplies provided the perfect excuse.
Every
for
now
the
and then, I have
captain
like
to
a
sail
swallow
on
where I
Pinmore
don't like
one
fully
last time.
complete it and it just
He
slides
decided to
down
take on a
slowly. I
final
fucking hate that
last
so much.
risky trip
Right? That's
to
the
Rio de
worst.
Janeiro. Again, he was lucky, getting away from the neutral port undiscovered, reuniting with the Sayadler 3 days later with fresh supplies. While Pinmore had been loading, Luckner, posing as the Norwegian Knudsen, struck up conversation with a British officer. His ship, the cruiser Glasgow, was out to hunt down and destroy a mystery raider reported somewhere out on the Atlantic. Clearly, Sayadler's exploits were beginning to stir up the ire of the Admiralty. They couldn't
I hate that
imagine-
this guy says Sayadler because yes, it's written with an S, but it's Sayadler. You know what I mean?
The mystery raider was
Kind
in
of annoying.
fact a sailing ship any more than the British officer could have imagined that the gruff Norwegian in front of him was the very enemy he was supposed to be hunting. But for now, aboard Sayadler again, von Luckner was confronted with a terrible duty. With the explosives being planted in the old bark's holds, von Luckner went below into his cabin and shut the door to wait for the dreaded boom. By Jove, Luckner had once said, I could sink a steamer and laugh as she takes her last dive. But sinking a sailing ship was different, let alone one that had carried him as a lad. These were the last of a dying breed. To sink them was like killing endangered animals. But Luckner had his orders. With a crack, the Pinmore's holds were blasted open, and she dropped with a whoosh of white mist into the abyss. Life was good for Sayadler's crew. Late February saw the ship take the sailing bark British Yeoman, whose cargo had included a lot of live chickens and pigs, much to the delight of Sayadler's crew who'd yearned for a more varied diet. Then came the French sailing ship La Rochefoucauld, and then the Dupleix. The captain of that ship came aboard dismayed because some of his friends, also captains, had warned him of raiders in the area. You can only imagine his surprise when they came up to greet him because they'd also been captured. Hey, cried Dupleix's captain, all of France is here.
How are you?
By early March, Sayadler had captured and sunk over 22,000 tons of enemy shipping. The raiders' ruse was working flawlessly, and all those ships had been captured and sunk without loss of life. That all changed on the 11th, when Luckner and his men encountered the British steamer Horngarth. This was Sayadler's most dangerous adversary. As it drew closer, the captain realized, to his horror, that this steamer had its own gun, a 5-incher that could handily punch holes in the clipper's hull. But worst of all, it boasted the unmistakable heavy wires that could only have been the antenna of a wireless set. Both would need to be dealt with if they were going to stand a chance at capturing the vessel and living to tell the tale. Von Luckner tried the old trick and signaled for chronometer time, but there came no response from the dark British steamer. Then he tried something new. He staged a fake fire and signaled for distress. Flames were climbing, smoke billowing out from the Sayadler's deck, shouts of alarm echoing as the crew struggled to contain the fire, or so it appeared. In reality, it was just a set of chemical pans that had been ignited, perfectly controlled, and the crew were just making use of their acting skills once again.
Oh my god, we're on fire.
Distracted the crew of the other ship, who gathered to watch with amusement.
It's a hilarious story.
Unable to
dude.
ignore these apparent cries for help, the Horngarth turned back to offer assistance to the innocent-looking sailing ship. And then it happened. The distress signal was replaced with a German ensign, and a great, ugly 105mm gun was run out to...
I just want to point out though, this is why people shoot other people who are surrendering. You know what I mean? Like, stuff like that. This is why that happens. Because at one point in time, some douchebag faked that shit, right? And now you can't trust any of them.
point directly at them. Horngarth's captain instantly recognized he'd been tricked. Instead of helping a vessel in need, they now found themselves under attack. There were seconds to lose. He ordered his men forward to swing their own 5-inch gun around. Von Luckner, meanwhile, directly targeted the steamer's wireless shaft.
I know.
There would be no opportunity for the
I
Hornguard
know.
to signal for help or to reveal the Seadler's true identity. The guns pounded away and smashed the wireless.
That's where
office
the
with a direct
Lakovia Accord came from. Laconia. Lakovia? Laconia. Laconia. And then they tried to... In Nuremberg, they tried to put that on donuts, like, oh, the Laconia Accord, the Laconia Directive, blah, blah, blah. This is bad and this is bad. And then the dude, like, explained why the Laconia Directive happened, and they're like, oh shit, okay, yeah, that are bad. Never mind. These charges will be dropped. Yeah. Yeah, I would hope so. Yeah. Imagine, right, if you guys, like, think of all of the great German commanders, like Rommel and fucking Dönitz. Imagine if they were under a leader that wasn't batshit crazy, hopped up on methamphetamines. You know what I mean? That wasn't a genocidal maniac. Like, they actually could have been, like... I don't know. I always had the greatest of respect for, like, generals like Rommel and Admiral Dönitz and stuff. They seemed like a victim of circumstance, basically. But they were great men. Seemingly, right? No, I just mean, like, his... I mean, the final solution? Like, hello, right? Just his way of doing things in general and his goals. Like, a little bit more of a benevolent leader would have... Yeah, I don't know. It's just theory crafting, right? But Germany had, like, a lot of great men at the time, and I don't mean that guy. Right? Yeah, it's like there's a core group of just terrible, fucking disgusting riches. And then you've got, like, the actual army guys, and they were all... They still had honor, you know? I know, I'm not making sense, but...
hit that turned it into matchwood. But now, there was still the 5-inch gun to contend with. The Horngarth's captain was already rallying his gun crew to their posts in retaliation. Von Luckner needed to think fast. A single hit on his ship could doom her. He called to his crew, in clear English for the benefit of his target, to make the torpedoes ready. At point-blank range, these would take the British ship to pieces. They surrendered suddenly and desperately. Of course, Seadler had no torpedoes. It was another brilliant ruse, and it worked. Unfortunately, the sudden action had one tragic consequence.
There's no way the sailing ship...
A 16-year-old apprentice named Douglas Page had been hit with shrapnel and killed. Von Luckner made sure he was buried at sea with full military honors and draped in the Union Jack. By mid-March, Seadler was getting full up, with almost 300 prisoners aboard down in the holds. Von Luckner needed to figure out what to do with them all. Capturing more ships would mean more prisoners, something they couldn't manage unless they first cleared some room. On the 21st, Luckner got his chance. A French bark, the Cambronne, was spotted and captured in the usual way.
Time to go to Outlands.
Given surprising news.
Look, I like this, right? Like, this is the old map from Classic, and they were like, shit, how do we add more stuff to this? They actually added an entirely new content now as well in retail that magically appeared. Well, Outland is easy. It's a different fucking universe.
Rio de Janeiro, but he had to
We're going to a different universe,
not
boys.
speak to any other ship of Sayadler's antics until then.
Not a universe, it's like a,
Cambronne's progress
you know,
was hampered.
you go through a
as
portal,
Luckner
there you
ordered
are.
the top
Like a
gallant masts
different
taken off
dimension,
and
maybe,
additional
alternate.
spars and sails destroyed. By this point, the world
Stargate.
had no
Think of it
idea
like
there was a
Stargate.
windjammer out
It's fine.
hunting down merchant vessels in the Atlantic. But unfortunately for Luckner and his men,
Something along those lines,
missing
right? But in a
prisoners
fantasy
would blow
setting.
their cover. But there was no other choice. They had a farewell feast before Captain Mullen and his crew of Sayadler's former prisoners departed with handshakes, cheers, and a salute to one another. Mullen would keep his vow, and Luckner had his head start. But still, time was of the essence. Even with the Cambronne being slowed, owing to the fact she could now only make use of her lower sails, the Sayadler would have to get away fast to ensure she remained undiscovered. Her time on the Atlantic was up. Once news spread of a strange clipper ship hunting merchantmen, the Royal Navy would send cruisers to catch her and sink her. And that they did. Otranto, Lancaster, and Orbiter made steam to catch Sayadler, and the race was on. Luckner studied his charts and looked hopefully towards the freedom of the Pacific. But the journey there would not be easy. What stood in their way was Cape Horn, the southern tip of the American continent. Rounding it would be the quickest way to reach the Pacific from Europe. Cape Horn is notorious for its storms and particularly treacherous for a tall ship, not to mention they'd be going against the prevailing winds. Sure enough, news headlines soon cropped up, alerting that a, quote, new German raider had slipped past the British warships on guard in the North Sea and reached the South Atlantic, taking down 11 merchantmen on the way. The men of the Cambronne had reached port, and word was out. The Royal Navy immediately dispatched patrols to
Welcome
go
to
after Sayadler,
Outlands.
but they weren't quick enough. The Windjammer was able to outrun the Navy's cruisers.
Legally
It seemed
distinct
that her
from
head start
Outworld, because
was
that's a
enough.
different series.
Sayadler had first stumbled straight into a hurricane, and Luckner rounded the Cape well south. But the ship slipped past the British once again. As a last-minute ruse,
I always
they
have to
ordered
think about
property
that.
for the prisoners
Outlands.
of
Oh, we're gonna meet
Sayadler
Baraka?
to be
Right.
thrown overboard. It might trick the British into thinking that the German raider had been lost in the storm. So with sails set, she swept into the wide expanse of the Pacific on April 18th to begin a new hunt. April became May, then May became June. Sayadler patrolled first off the coast of Chile.
I'm gonna get the honor hold,
before
and then I'm
swinging
gonna
northwest to run
play that
parallel with
Japanese
Peru
game or Chinese
and the
game.
western coast of Mexico. This was not the bustling ocean highway of the North Atlantic. This was the Pacific, an unimaginably vast stretch of ocean. Off Sayadler's port bow, Australia was nearly 7,000 miles away. Prowling along the equator, they went weeks.
Dude,
without
I want a
sight of
game where you like have to like
US entry into the war
manage
in April 1970.
manage an ocean liner company, like the White Star Line, stuff like that, you know, and you have to like build your ships and hope it doesn't sink on the first voyage because it hits an iceberg. I don't know. That sounds like a fun game to me. You know, that could be fun.
Would offer up some new targets. Sayadler received news by June that the long neutral country had at last entered the fray against Germany.
What are you looking
It would also make things trickier for the raiders. Though neutral ports, far from guaranteed a warm welcome, there were now even fewer available to the Kaiser's pirates. It wasn't until the summer that the Sayadler would manage to take down 3 small American trading schooners in fairly short succession. The little 529-ton A.B. Johnson, the 673-ton R.C. Slade, and the 731-ton Manila on July 8th. Among their new prisoners was apparently a pet opossum. But then again, weeks stretched on with no new sightings. It seemed that the Sayadler's run of good luck couldn't last forever. They'd been at sea now for over 7 months. They'd covered some 30,000 miles and captured 14 Allied ships, taking hundreds of prisoners and destroyed millions of dollars worth of cargo. the tall ship was starting to look a little worse for wear. They were running low on supplies, and morale began to suffer. Simply put, the crew were bored. There'd been months without docking anywhere, and the thrill of capturing a new ship was getting rarer and rarer. Without the thrill of action, the crew's daily routine consisted merely of maintenance and tending to the prisoners, now 29 in number, while Sayadler sailed day after day through an empty ocean. The boredom was crippling. It got so bad that the men became creative. If von Luckner is to be believed, they even experimented with using baited hand grenades to fish for sharks. But worst of all, the effects of scurvy and beriberi had now begun to set in. Without access to fresh fruit and vegetables, the crew would become weaker, and so would their ship. Her underside, after months at sea, was by now caked in slimy marine growth that slowed her badly as she sailed and checked her speed. Von Luckner decided it was time to give his crew and his ship a break. Sayadler made its way to the French Polynesian island of Mopelia, a beautiful coral atoll full of lush greenery, blooming flowers, and plenty of food and fresh water. It must have seemed like a dream come true for the sea-weary sailors. Maybe their luck was on the turn again after all. They spent a few short, sweet days on shore, feasting on lobster,
Does this shit even
nuts,
exist?
wild pig, and eggs, picnicking on the white sands and fishing in the crystal clear, warm waters. But what happened next, on August 2nd, 1917, is still shrouded in mystery, because suddenly, unexpectedly, Sayadler met her end. Von Luckner told it like this. Anchored just off the island, the crew of the ship were preparing
Farming
to
and
head
fighting.
for another
Wait,
blissful
that's
day
the
on
wrong
shore
fucking.
when,
It's farming and
far
warfare.
in the distance, he noticed a strange shape getting larger and larger. Dismissing it at first as a mirage, the imposing shape was getting closer and closer, too
Okay,
close to
I guess
ignore.
it's that one.
This was no mirage, he
The
said,
fuck?
but a tidal wave. Some undersea earthquake had brought this
Wrong
immense
name, but
danger
okay.
directly at them. They were trapped with nowhere to go between this terrible 40 feet high swell and the shore. The helpless Sayadler was grasped as if by some gargantuan, otherworldly hand and hurled against the coral reef with enough force to smash her into pieces. Huge 100-pound chunks of coal raining down on her crew like grenades. Miraculously, no one was hurt. Sayadler, however, was not so fortunate. She was completely wrecked. The hull, already in need of repair prior to reaching the island, was embedded with fractured coral. Peppered with holes, her masts were snapped. She lay sadly grounded
Lol.
on her side against the reef. The Sea Devil and his men were now castaways
Yeah, fuck
in
that.
the middle of nowhere. Von Luckner's story is fantastical, but the American prisoners who'd recently joined the Sayadler had a very different version of events. As magnificent as Mopelia appeared, beneath the island's veil of paradise lurked hidden perils. A belt of treacherous reefs and rocks that circled the place and threatened to tear the bottom out of any ship that came too close. Conditions were especially unsuited to a tall ship, just like Sayadler. Currents were very strong, and there wasn't much in terms of shelter from the elements. Anchorage was poor. This was unfamiliar territory for the German count. A sailor would know full well that where you choose to anchor should be greatly dependent on the wind direction and the
Yeah,
strength.
except not even remotely,
The German
right?
count
Like,
underestimated the way winds and currents on the Pacific
yeah,
can
sure,
change
it's like top
at a
down,
moment's
but
notice.
that's pretty much where the
Von Luckner,
differences
conditions appeared
begin.
calm. What harm could there be in anchoring by the reef while they enjoyed another one of their picnics on the beach? Von Luckner's boldness had seen the Sayadler through a hugely successful wartime patrol. Now, it would doom her.
Like, this is more a
Wind,
city
of
builder.
course,
Rimworld's a
changed
colony
abruptly.
builder, so you play
It
like
seized the ship's towering mast.
you play like a small amount of units. You can control them individually to a degree. This is wildly different. Like, this is more of a city simulator, but in the same style as Rimworld, with the whole Rimworld is like RimWorld is Hearts of Iron 4. In terms of like, it's fairly like you know how Hearts of Iron 4 is basically, you know, it's just 4 years. You know what I mean? It focuses in, and you're like just focused on one thing. But this is more Europa Universalis, where it's like, in terms of differences in game, I would say they're both technically the same game, but they have different scopes and I don't want to say objectives, but different scopes basically. Yeah. So RimWorld is more, well, this is more. Like RimWorld, you're focusing on the micro, and this you're focusing on the macro. That's a better way of putting it, I suppose. I don't think I've even bought that expansion yet. Or did I? I did buy that expansion, yeah. I still haven't played it either.
Masts and rigging. And even though there was no canvas set, it swung her bulk around and smashed her directly into the very reef that she was anchored to. After all of Soudler's daring escapades, all that the Raider
well, then it sounds like it's about
time. Lucky Windjammer was
I want to play
a
Japan.
Preventable mistake. It was hardly a dignified end for the world's last
in
ever
Japan,
warship.
I suppose.
No doubt, this is why the proud and admittedly ego.
It's probably hard to do.
Would insist until the day he died that it was a tidal wave, not his own embarrassing blunder.
Maybe China.
That had wrecked his ship. It's probably needless to say that there are no other known records of any tidal wave occurring in that region on that day, only the insistence of von Luckner and his crew. Either way, the outcome was the same. Von Luckner and his party were marooned on the island. The situation was bleak. Mopelia is smack in the middle of the South Pacific. The closest land of any significant size was Tahiti, about 300 miles east and south. An easy journey on one of the lifeboats, but Tahiti was part of the French Empire, and that would mean surrender. While the captain plotted his next move, the stranded sailors and prisoners all got to work. From the wreckage, they built a makeshift village out of timbers and canvas, naming their own streets after those back home, like Broadway in Pennsylvania.
Enemies and everything.
They even set up a
giant mushroom.
The
This thing spawns.
still had plenty of supplies, including
It's
rifles, ammunition, and dynamite, as well as tobacco and even wine from the earlier capture of the French bark Charles Gounod. Plus,
it was
the
one of
island
these. They
didn't
spawn
really
like,
want food. But this is Felix
you know,
von Luckner
Chinese ghosts
who was
at the
not
end of
man who was
the
happy to just
during the
sit back
night.
and wait until a ship might just happen.
There was one
to
here
pass.
too. It's gone.
Besides, that could take months. After just 3 weeks of waiting, Luckner's nerves had had it. He and his crew rigged up one of their remaining lifeboats and fitted her with her own mast and sails. Only 6 meters, that's 19 feet
I only have
long,
one.
with a crew of 6
Okay, let's
packed
see.
in, it seemed impossible to think.
I need way more
this tiny
people, dude.
lifeboat would
Like,
survive the open
these are the
seas.
jobs I have.
But at least the hurricane
Tasks.
season was over. No
But that's
doubt,
like
the
these
rest of the
things, right?
party left behind
And
on
this is how
Mopelia
many
probably
people are doing the
expected
tasks.
to never see them again. They christened the small boat Kronprinzessin Cecilia, the name of a giant German luxury liner, with some irony. And
I think if I put this to 5, these just turn into workers
Von Luckner
or
decided
laborers
to try
when they're
for
not doing
Fiji via
anything.
the Cook Islands, planning to chance upon a sailing ship and
Do
capture
they
it to
not?
pick up his stranded group. Despite the lack of space,
Yeah, I think
they
they do.
managed to load their tiny
'Cause
boat
this was
with
one of the
rifles,
workers.
pistols,
So I changed.
and a machine gun. Now they set off into the unknown in their little wooden boat and hope for the best. For 28 days, the group survived on hardtack and rough pemmican, having to constantly bail out water with no real shelter from the harsh
lol.
sun and the weather.
I mean,
Spirits were kept up
you
by
kind of
singing
have to
German
then,
folk
right?
songs
what other option do you
allowed
have?
themselves to bring along for the journey.
This is why I was never in favor of buying F-35s. Like, why would you let why would you let another country, even if it is America, and I like America, why would you let another country have control over the software in your fucking war equipment? Are you retarded? Well, yes, obviously, right, but...
Covered a staggering distance, over 2,000 miles of open ocean, all the while thrown about by big waves and buffeted by wind. After just 3 days at sea,
40.
the boat had reached
Where do
a
I see
tiny
my
island
population? Because I can
Platu,
kind of
where a
this
New
up, but I
Zealander
just want to
resident,
have like a number.
Richard, who he thought was a bunch of Dutch Americans on a kind of crazed round-the-world cruise. He provided them with fresh food and water and sent them on their way.
32.
Stop at another island.
Do the children count? I'm not sure if the children count.
After a visit, there became suspicious.
2 more if they
and
do
a crowd of
count.
Dozens of locals circled the small boat. Approaching Rarotonga in the Cook Islands, von Luckner thought he spotted the lights of a big cruiser in port, and he turned away. Storm season rolled in. The little boat was tossed around like a toy and let in bucketfuls of water. The mattress became sodden and had to be thrown overboard. Sunburn and chafing were immersed in salt water that stung fiercely. Finally, after nearly a month at sea, they reached Wakaya, a small island just off the Fijian mainland, and stepped wearily ashore. This time, they pretended to be shipwrecked Norwegians.
At the edge of the map.
But one of the residents of the
Define
island,
edge of the
named
map.
McPherson, didn't buy it. He ran to the nearby police station, and a local lad set out on a boat to ask for help from the mainland. With another tropical storm brewing, he arrived and rushed to warn Sub-Inspector Harry Hills, a New Zealander who was alarmed to hear that a strange party had arrived in a boat with thick European accents. He was told by his superiors that he could take a group of Fijian policemen.
I have no idea.
But they couldn't go. Hills was only allowed to take his service revolver. A local steamer, the Amra, had arrived
These
on a regular
run out
schedule
because this is
voyage
just
and
surface
Hills'
iron.
tiny
I'm
force
just
chartered
this
it
just goes
to
away.
take them to Wakaya. Meanwhile,
But you
Von Luckner
also
was ship shopping,
have like a
eyeing the
map-
vessels
map.
at anchor around Wakaya with glee. He
If I
settled on
remember
one,
how to get there.
a brand new twin-engine schooner, and was making plans to capture it, first by asking for a tow
This is
before
us.
revealing his crew's German uniforms and storming the vessel by force. Their lifeboat got underway, but just then, the Mara arrived plodding into the bay.
I'm
which
literally
stopped
in the tutorial
and
right
boat
now.
was
I've
lost.
done a little bit, right? This is the
Hills
first game I've
stood
played.
the crowd.
You didn't see me start it because it started last night,
Steamer
but
has you covered with her guns. Von Luckner froze.
you basically this is still the
He tried to
tutorial.
fight
I'm
his
still
way
figuring out what
but
the fuck is
narrow
going on.
confines of the bay would see his boat taken to bits. There was no choice but to surrender.
Alright, they surrendered. I'm just gonna turn it off. Can I, is there like a... Everything was over each other and it's driving me nuts. This song is stolen. What's this song from, guys? It's from an RPG. I know this song. Suikoden, maybe? Dun, 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 dun. I know this song. This is from an RPG. What RPG is this from? Oh my god, it's gonna bug me. What is this song from? Oh, it's gonna bug me so much. It might be from something like Kingdom Come. It's not Kingdom Come, but like a... Bro, what is this from? Final Fantasy 10 maybe? No. It might be Suikoden. This one sounds very similar. I know this song. Like, I know this song inside out. It's from an RPG I've played a lot. I can't remember which one. Dude, I'm so lost. I can't find it. I'm not sure. It has to be Suikoden, dude. Ah, this is gonna bug me so much. Fuck's sake. Sucks. This is gonna really bug me. I am, dude. This is driving me nuts. I think it's Suikoden. Something in my brain immediately was like, Suikoden? What the fuck? Like, it's just... My brain is like, it's in Suikoden, it's in Suikoden. Ugh. I may have played these games a lot. See what I mean? I literally have this on my phone. It's like there's something about Suikoden that I've grew up with that shit. The music from Suikoden, I listen to that in my car. Okay, like that's how good I think it is. This is a long one. Damn it! It's bugging me. It's really bugging me. I swear I'm supposed to. I swear I know this fucking song, dude. I give up. Wait, I don't have to put this inside? What? I'm gonna put it inside. I don't want to put that. It's gonna look stupid. Oh, great. Oh, I can't even receive, so no treasury. Soon, baby. Trading post is built outdoors. Merchant sale price doubles. Reap. Gold. Whoa. Jesus. How do I get gold? I have no idea how to get gold. How do I get my... I have sheep, no? Did I lose them all? I guess I lost... No? See, I have sheep. How's this work? Oh. I don't have herders. My bad. There we go. I kind of feel like I want to restart that. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, that's not true. I don't know what I'm doing yet, but a little bit more than before. How do I get a treasury? Because I can't get fucking... I'm not sure how this works. Oh, wait a minute. Of course. Okay, I'm definitely restarting. I haven't researched any of these shit. I completely forgot about that stuff. Like, fuck. Okay, restart. Wow. Apparently there's multiplayer. Not sure how that works, but... Ooh, long. Okay. Okay. So I can do... 3... X. Cool. I love the little umbrellas. Why are these unreachable? They're not. Okay. I fixed it already. Damn, I forgot about these. It's annoying. 6, 8, 10, 12, 24, 36, 40, 48. Bro, it's like right there. Here we go again with the... It's gonna bug me. I'm pretty sure it's Suikoden. I want to see that works. It's right next to it, dude. Fuck off. Whiny bitch. Yo, Sin, what's up? Yeah. For when I'm not playing WoW. This music is stolen though, I think from Suikoden. I can't put my finger on it. It's driving me nuts. Hmm. I was hoping the well would be researched before this is cleared, but I'm not sure that's gonna happen. There's the well. Actually, I need more people. Stats. Can I copy? I hate that it does that. These guys are loud. The weird part is I can't actually do this because I can't. Treasury has not been built. Oh. Never mind. Wow, there's no way I can afford that. Never mind. Yes, please. I could buy 1 gold. Time is it? I'm gonna go soon. It's 3 in the morning for crying out loud. For now, I'll wait with that. How do I make flour? Lol. Two more gold bars needed, apparently. Ow, that's my knee. That's expensive. Wait, why isn't Uh-huh. Alright, fuck it. I'm off. Oh, play more WoW tomorrow. Oh, thank you all so much for hanging out. You'll see me later. Have a good one, boys. Irvin, tomorrow. See you tomorrow. I forgot an entire word there.